This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm your host, Paul and Varum Toddkill. We just witnessed some epic matches in Asphalt 9 Legends, but now, the rest of the day, it is all about auto chess. 8 of the best players in North America are about to duke it out to determine who will be walking away with the trophy, the prestige, and the prize money. More importantly, the title of Season 6 champion. If you're just joining us, you're like, wait a second, and Varum, hang on, what's this all about? What is the ESL Mobile Open? Basically, it's an opportunity for you to get involved in the world of mobile esports. It's open for anyone in North America to join across a bunch of different game titles, and it's all about giving you the space to shine and try and rise up and make a name for yourself here in the world of mobile esports, because there are a lot of gamers in North America, mobile gamers in particular, over 200 million in the United States alone. And we have had over 1 million entrants in the program so far. Just this year, over 1 million entrants. But this season for auto chess, we got it down to just 24 players. They duked it out over 3 weeks in our playoff to determine who the top 8 would be. And that's what it's all about today. Of these top 8, who will be crowned our champion? Who will walk away as the victor, being able to hoist that trophy high? That is what it's all about. And they've got 5 matches to get it done. It's a blank slate. Everyone's starting at 0. So it's all going to come down to this. And who better to help walk me through all this action than a player who's been in this position themselves? Of course, Zath is joining me once again to offer that deep analytical perspective. Welcome back, sir. How you feeling?
Hey, Paul, and everyone in the chat. It's great to be back, and I'm excited to see some of these games. Earlier in the week, I actually had the chance to check out some of the EU finals, so I'm excited to see how NA compares in the competition.
I mean, I love me some NA-EU rivalry. Always good to see. Yeah, you got a chance to cast that, watch some fantastic games. Let's hope that NA can live up to the hype here, because we do have a slightly different scoring system than they're doing over there in EU. All big Mobile Open family, but slightly different. And what they all know and love as we take a look at this scoring format. Here's that.
Yeah, so the format we will be going with today is going to be a best of 5 series. So we'll be playing 5 games, and the scoring system is the same that we have been using. It's going to be 10 points for first, and the name of the game is going to be consistency. Every single game is going to matter. These players are fighting for every single point. You never know if 1 point is going to make the difference. So like I said, every game is going to matter today.
Yeah, I think it did come down to 1 point, making it or not making it to our grand finals, just even to begin with. So now only having 5 matches, it is going to be really imperative that these players aim for that top 3. And speaking of players, these are our finalists up there at the top. Of course, Nova, who's been so consistent so far over the course of this season. Leroy, again, just sneaking in here at the final, but still an amazing player. All of these players, if you are familiar with competitive auto chess here in North America, these are all faces that you should know.
Yeah, absolutely. These are NA's finest competitors, and I expect nothing but huge plays coming out today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, again, a lot of players who have this level of competitive experience. So, you know, last season we talked about the idea that some of these players might have a little bit of jitters, maybe some nerves maybe coming into play. But I think over the last, few weeks, last month of playoffs and now here in the finals, I expect that to be happening a lot less, especially because we have some returning veterans. One of those, of course, being Nova, who's coming in as our number 1 seed. Not that seeding really means anything here. It just goes to show how consistent of a player he is. And it's great because I actually got a chance to sit down and chat with him going into these matches, getting the thoughts sort of on his mindset and learn a little more about his strategy. So let's take a look. Hey, man, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me as we're going into the grand finals here for Season 6. Something, of course, we're talking about grand finals you are very familiar with. Welcome back. Congratulations once again to making it to the finals. This was a journey because this is a seriously stacked group of players.
Yeah, no, it certainly was. It was very familiar from last season. A lot of the same faces, but a lot of new people who were playing really, really hard sort of in the time between season 5 and 6, and a lot of new blood. So it definitely, again, came down to the wire. And even though, I was able to finish high in that last group, the points were insanely close. I mean, I think it was down to maybe 12 or even 14 people still had a shot going into the last couple of games. So it was definitely tough, but definitely got lucky and get to come back. So stoked about that.
Well, we're definitely glad to have you back. And I'm not sure how much luck played a factor in this one. That consistent gameplay certainly showed up. And I think consistency is something that we talk about a lot, especially in a game like auto chess. Being able to consistently perform, making it into the top 2 and the top 3. And speaking to some of the other players going into this, that's really sort of what they're aiming for. It seems like when I talk to them, nobody's ever aims to win a game. And that's so interesting to me. Why do you sort of think it is? No one ever says, "Oh, I'm aiming to win." They always just say, it's just because of just the element of like one comp beats another comp potentially, or not finding the right piece. Why do you think that is?
And so you're sort of hitting the nail on the head with a few things you said, but it's a real combination of factors. So generally, to win a game, someone is going to high roll. The expression is high roll. And what that really means is without you having to invest too much of your health or your gold or your time, you will get the things you need. So whether that's the correct item components from creep round drops, or if that's just the right units in the shop that are building in the comp that you want at the right time, all those factors play into high rolling. And to why people generally won't then go for first is you really would have to take a lot of risks and gambles that are much lower percentage if you were really trying to have all of those things go in your favor. It's much more consistent to play to those outs and to have those options, but to sort of narrow the margins with the units and with the items that you're getting. That's why a lot of key pieces in the shop like Tortola Elder, Dragon Knight, Doom, Fallen Witcher, when you see people get those pieces, they'll start to shape their items and the rest of the pieces they pick up to accommodate and build into those really strong, consistent compositions.
Yeah, and it's all about being able to react with what you're given at the right time and shape your plan around that. And I think at this point, too, just all of you have such a good grasp on the game. Obviously, there's been a patch, since our finals since our playoffs going into the finals. But I mean, on paper, it looks like it's anyone's game. But is there anybody else, like 1 or 2 players that you really have your eye on?
Just because I've played with him for so long, Monty is a very strong competitor, and he sort of takes time off and then gets back into it. And I know he's going to really start revving it up this week. So anytime he gives himself some time to practice, he's someone who I have to keep my eye on in the lobby, and never surprised to see him go from, last health to being the toughest person to beat. Devlis was, in the finals last time and got second place. He's a really strong competitor from Canada and a cool young guy. So there's definitely, again, some tough players in the finals I've got my eye on. But it's sort of the mantra you said. It's like, you don't even go into it looking to get first. You just try to get consistent, top 4 placements. And over time, if you're doing that, that can net you a first even without winning a game overall. So that's sort of the game plan going in. But who knows? Maybe we can get a couple wins.
Hey, I mean, look, somebody's got to win. Maybe it's going to be, I guess we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Before I say goodbye, though, and before we get into our games here in the finals, do you have any final shout outs for anyone else out there in the community?
Sure. I mean, I normally shout out to the boys and they know who they are, but this time I'll give a shout out to, my parents, my brother, and then my classes I teach at school. They're a bunch of cool 7th graders, and a couple of them might stumble upon this at some point. So I'll give the shout out to them this time, and best of luck to everybody else in the finals.
That's amazing. The coolest teacher right here. Folks, let's be real. I wish I'd had a 7th grade teacher. Anyway, I digress. Best of luck in the games. We're looking forward to them.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Surprise face? Surprise face. That was a genuine, how cool. Could you imagine? I wish I had a 7th grade teacher I think my 7th grade teacher was actually pretty, but not competing in esports competition's cool. That would have been rad. That would have been sick. Yeah. Anyway.
Definitely.
Look, all I know is this is gonna be a really sweaty lobby. Every single one of these players knows the meta, knows what's going on. They've got builds they specialize in, but they're aware enough of what is countering what right now that I think we're gonna see a lot of really close, slugfest finishes like we saw in the past. All I know is I don't know what to expect. We're supposed to make predictions going into these games. I don't use that. I can't make a prediction.
Yeah, it's really hard to say because when these games get started, it's going to be the player who just starts off with the most momentum. You just never know what people are going to play. Like you said, they all have their certain preferences of builds that they do tend to lean towards. But who knows? Maybe someone was working something out in the workshop and just bringing out something we've never seen before.
For sure. And, it's great. And again, folks out there in the community who've been really trying to keep track of. I mean, actually, Deep Blue, who's one of our competitors, messaged me. He's been working with a bunch of these players and seeing a lot of stuff. So I hearing like what's strong in the meta. So I got to give props to him, sharing some fantastic notes with us, sort of getting a sense of from some of these other high level players of what the meta is right now, and sort of the consistent message and vibe that I'm getting is that the meta's in a really good spot. We could potentially see a ton of different builds coming out. I know you said you saw a ton of different stuff commentating the EU matches, and to me, that makes me so happy, especially in time for a grand finals like this. I don't want to see the same build. I don't want to see Insectoid win game after game. You know what I mean? I want to see some variation, and I think that is what we are going to be seeing today. Maybe 9 mages? 9 mages?
We'll see. That was definitely my favorite build that I saw in the EU.
For sure. I mean, look, 9 mages, maybe some 9 assassins coming out. 6 beast is never going to be a poor thing here. Sad to see warriors get nerfed, but hey, they weren't really winning games anyway. So what can you do? Cave clan stuff happened. There's a lot of really cool stuff. Look, I can talk about it till the cows come home. All I know is that I want to see some games. I'm getting word that the players are almost ready, which means that it's time for us to go to a short break. When we come back, right into the action, our first match here for the grand finals of the ESL Mobile Open for Auto Chess. We'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm Inverum, joined by Zath, and we're getting into our first match of our grand finals. And all I know is, I don't know who's going to win. All I know is these are going to be epic matches because these are 8 of the best players that North America has to offer.
Yeah, I agree. I expect nothing less from NA's finest. And I'm excited who's going to start off this game one on a high row. We usually have at least 1 or 2 players that get very lucky in the early game. So I'm curious to see who starts it off in this first game.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's it's certainly going to come down to the wire here because any one of these players, if they get on a bit of a streak, if they can get on a bit of a high roll, they can take over. Every single one of them knows how to adapt to the situations that are being thrown at them. That's really their skill set here, is adaptability. They have builds that they're probably aiming towards, quote unquote, but I think at this point, any one of these players can adapt to pretty much anything that's thrown their way.
Yeah, every single one of these players has the capability to run pretty much all the meta builds. We mentioned it earlier, they do kind of have those builds they can lean towards. They're just kind of in their pocket. They can just bust out whenever they need to. It's their comfort picks. But I would imagine if they're seeing the right rolls and they know it's a strong build, they're going to go for it, especially if it means placing top 3 in this lobby.
Yeah, because that's really what these players are aiming for here. I mean, aiming to win is a great way to be disappointed, I think, in a lot of auto battlers, auto chess being no exception to that. But aiming for top 3 is really it. It's all about consistency over 5 games, really pays off. Curious to see if he picks up early Mjolnir here, because we've been seeing some players opt to do that. Maybe look to build around a Dwarf Sniper here, because Hunter's is one of these things we've seen a decent amount of here. Cave Clan as well. We've been seeing sort of rise to prevalence a little bit as we are taking a look at what these players are up to here. Again, Monty up there at the top of I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an open fort there, because let's be real, that's what we always see. It's my one thing I know I can always bet on.
Yeah, I do remember Monty open forting quite a bit in the finals that I was competing in, so yeah, wouldn't be surprised myself. But it looks like even round 4, he's not committing to that open fort, so maybe it's not the game where he wants to pick that strategy. But I did note that not a lot of 2-stars early on. It looks like only Devlis started off with a 2-star.
Yeah, just at that Skybreaker here, Devlis, of course. I think our last remaining Canadian player in the lobby. I'll try to, put my biases aside here a little bit. Still, all these players are really solid, but Devlis, again, has this level of competitive experience. We heard Nova talking about it in the interview. Leroy able to pick up a level 2 Garrus Ranger here. A lot of sort of early goblins coming out for a lot of these players. You see a lot of these low-cost units, and they continue to sort of find dividends in the early game, but they don't transition super well late. We do have an early Water Spirit here, though, coming out. So maybe that's part of the reason why the decision not to open fort was made, because Water Spirit's really, as a carry, one of these pieces we've been seeing used so much of late.
Oh, definitely. Divinity Water Spirit build, it's still as strong as it's ever been. And speaking of open fort, we actually have 2 players in this lobby picking up that strategy. We have Silent and Legato open forting with the Goddess of Light in there. So it wasn't Monty this game. It's now 2 players. Silent, Legato. Taking the gamble.
Interesting. Yeah. The Silent Legato, silent and very chill and relaxed and laid back. All the music terms potentially being thrown out in this game. We'll see which one is going to be able to find their feet, hit their rhythm in this particular matchup, as we're seeing Monty going up against Pearson here. PZ, of course, joined me at our analyst desk last season. But this time, obviously, sad to not have him here to help us out. But at the same time, if there's a reason for that, hey, it's probably because he's, competing in our grand finals, which I guess is pretty nice as well. But let's jump on board with a couple other players here. Like you said, 2 open forts. But actually, let's see what PZ's up to. Already down to 90 HP. Going to be toying around with these hunters a little bit, and a little bit of a Garrus. Potentially flexing into Feathered here. Just a bit, I think, might be the play. An early Warpwood Sage. Gosh, we know how powerful this unit can be.
Oh yeah, and already having one on the bench, he's only looking for one more. As soon as you hit that 2-star Warpwood Sage, that's a decent power spike in the early game. Usually the players that hit that 2-star Warpwood Sage are likely to win streak most of the time, so Pirzung is praying the shop just blesses him with another Warpwood Sage. It would really be a strong start for his Feather Hunter build if he chooses to go in that direction.
Yeah, and it looks like that's maybe what he's going to try and line up here, but we still have a couple of players up towards the top who do have that 100 HP Devless. Actually looking like been finding a lot of success here, is has 15 gold in the bank as well. Actually doing as well almost as some of the players who are, you know, open fording here. Did get that level 2 Skybreaker early and is flexing into humans, so I wonder if we might see a bit of a play to try and build up those experienced spellbooks in order to maybe try and see a crazy late game play towards level 11. I mean, it's not uncommon, it's not unheard of. We've seen it in this competition multiple times, so maybe today's the day to say that.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I think we saw Legato hit a level 11 in some previous games, so yeah, maybe Devless wants to go and see if he can get a nice level 11 game, but his streak does come to an end there, getting stolen away from K-Bunny. So K-Bunny's the only player left in this lobby with max health on a 5 win streak, really looking to hold it on into the creep round.
For sure. And I mean, I had a 50-50 chance there. There's two players with 100 HP. Who are you going to pick? Pick Devless. It was K-Bunny, though, who's able to come out on top. Early level 2s on 2 of his warriors. Warriors, of course, did receive a nerf at their 6 and 9 slot synergy. Just a reduction of that armor, which, of course, is going to reduce if you do go for the 9 warrior build, the amount that they are reflecting back. Of course, it's based on that armor. So, you know, not really the best build right now. A build that's going to do well early, but is not going to carry you to a win very likely unless you go on some sort of insane streak. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a mid-game transition out of this build. Maybe the question is, where do you go from here? Do you try and bring in more Cave Clan? Do you maybe flex into Beast? I mean, there's a couple different options here for sure. But at least in the early game, K-Bunny is going real strong.
Brother, shall we play
I'm actually really curious what K-Bunny's plan is here. He is starting off with just a 6 warriors, but I'm keeping an eye on his bench, and he has some Winter Kairos on his bench. And I'm trying to figure out never mind. He went ahead and sold them. I was trying to figure out where his mind was at, maybe thinking some kind of dragons, but looks like dragons aren't on his mind anymore. Picks up some druids. So yeah, I don't know. For me, before the 9 warriors nerf, this would be instantly, oh, he's going 9 warriors. But knowing that they've kind of fallen out of favor in recent patches, is K-Bunny going to take the risk with the 9 warriors? Maybe he feels he can just get on a nice streak with it and maybe just power spike before the other competitors get their builds online.
Yeah, because again, you don't necessarily need to have the winning build, but if you can go into the late game with like 90 plus HP, you're looking at a great spot. As I'm looking at this towards the bottom, speaking of HP, Silent Monty, almost identical, but more than double the economy of Monty is Silent. I want to see what's going differently here for these couple of players, as we're seeing Legato taking a bunch of damage as well. Well, let's take a look at Monty's board and see what he's got going on. He is actually going to be throwing out a bunch of pieces here, maybe trying... No, he's going to keep the lost streak alive. He's not confident he can win this because he's putting out the priest still. But let's see the difference of Silent. Silent's been building up a really gorgeous economy here.
Yeah, Silent all the way at 50 gold. The only player this entire lobby at 50 already. So max economy.
Only one above 30.
Silent's just... Exactly, yeah, it's insane for Silent. So Silent is the one that decided to open fort, so he should have this insane amount of gold. It's about how he uses that gold to get back into this game. And judging from his bench, he could potentially be flexing into potentially a feathered assassin build. I do see the abyssal crawlers on that bench there, maybe looking to make that his primary carry.
Yeah, I mean, you know, does have that frantic mask, which is really, really big. That's one of that key opening carry item there. And we are seeing the level up coming in. So the question is, when does Silent decide to break the streak? That is the big question here. And I think you're 100% correct. As we see the pickup of the Water Spirit as well, does have the Warpwood Sage in the Wisps here. I think you might be right. The Feathered Assassin is going to be the play for Silent when he does decide to put it on the board. But another player that really does favor these assassins as well, it's PZ, but not going to be the case this time around. I think sort of a bit of an amalgam happening here. Not really the most concise build coming out. I'm not exactly sure. There's a bunch of different directions he could go.
Yeah, but I think there's two key pieces in Pearson's build that's going to dictate his direction. The first one's going to be that Fallen Witcher. The fact that he found it is going to lean him towards putting the carry items on that Fallen Witcher. And the second one is that Razor Claw. The hardest unit to find in the 6 Beast Witcher build is the 4 Claws Razor Claw. So whenever you're able to find it before round 15, round 20, you kind of just want to lean towards that beast build. So I would not be surprised if PC does end up going 6 beasts with Fallen Witcher as a carry.
Yeah, I think that'd be a really solid play here, and does of course have the blink dagger there. But keep an eye on that. That'll be interesting to see if players opt to try and position to counter that. As we're jumping on board with Nova now going up against K-Bunny. These are two of the players that do have those win streaks going. We're seeing the K-Clan Hunter coming out here for Nova. Let's see if it's going to be enough to take down the Warriors. And I think the Warriors might be getting the better of it here, as we're seeing the troops slowly whittling away. The Swordsman trying to spin to win, but not going to be enough, as K-Bunny is going to come out on top, able to keep that win streak going. That's absolutely massive here, because he's now the last one in the lobby, or should I say the only one in the lobby on this win streak. Nova still quite a bit of HP to work with, but K-Bunny gotta be feeling good about that win.
Absolutely. And what's interesting to know is he's the only player in the lobby that actually is pushing the pace. I mean, fair to say he is on a win streak, so it makes sense for him to push to level 7. But I'm surprised that no other player in this entire lobby chose to level up early. When I was watching the EU games, at least 3 to, if not half the lobby, were all going to level 7 around, at minimum, round 13, round 14. So, wow. Yeah, NA just playing a bit more economy, I would say, a little less aggression.
Yeah, definitely focusing a little more on the econ in this round. Talk about the Fallen Witcher. This one's from Leroy. I actually see quite a few Fallen Witchers around on these various benches, and you can see why this unit is being used as a carry so often. It took so long for those Warriors to bring him down, but they were able to do so, as we're seeing the hunt keep on going here, trying to find these Warriors. And interesting. It may still be a play for the 9, despite the fact that they have been nerfed. You know, again, reading through the notes that, again, Deep Blue is so, nice to send over to us. One of the notes in there was that if you can, high roll, if you can get off to an early start with 9 Warrior, that's one of the, that is like the condition to try and make it work. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Watch K-Bunny for one more round, and then I want to check out Silent and Monty down towards the bottom there, because we talk about, when do you want to flip the switch? When do you want to turn off the open fort? How much HP do you want to have left in the bank? And 38, 42, that's probably lower than I'd want to go, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but the thing is, Monty did not open for it, though. He chose to go more on like a soft loss streak, was still filling out units, just trying to mitigate some of those health that he would end up taking. He did use the priest, though. But yeah, that is why Silent's economy is just slightly better than Monty's, because Silent did full commit to that open fort strategy. But Monty, like you said, down to 38 HP. He's got to make something happen for him. And he himself is working towards that 6 beast build. Does find the Razor Claw 2-star. That's pretty big. So he's just missing the Tusk champion to get 6 beasts online here.
There we go. Gonna throw it in. There's the 6 beast. We do have a little bit of Insectoid, and of course that Druid coming in as well. So this is the spike that Monty was looking for. These are the pieces he was looking to get his hands on. We are going to see the Fallen Witcher carry from Nova try and go off, but baiting it a little bit, having a lot of those strong troops right back there in the corner. And okay, we talk about power spikes. This is one of them here. Monty is now online.
Oh, I would agree. Once you get those 6 beasts going, it feels absolutely great. His next step is going to be to get a proper carry unit, and he's going to have to find that Fallen Witcher upgrade. But you mentioned it earlier, there's a ton of people grabbing the Fallen Witcher. I'm looking at the scoreboard now. Looks like Leroy has a Fallen Witcher upgraded. Nova has a 2-star Fallen Witcher. Pearson's using Fallen Witcher. So very contested unit in this lobby. So might be a tall task for Monty to find in the shop.
Yeah, because keep in mind, These pieces they're shared. They're shared amongst everyone. If other people are going for it, you're not going to have access to it. As we see this Warpwood Sage without the items, though, not quite as tanky as it could be. Silent is now next up on the menu for Monty. We'll see if Monty's going to be able to hold strong through this, but this Abyssal Crawler carry coming in from Silent, going to look to put the hurt down, and well, that power spike was short-lived as we're seeing Silent there flexing in with his a little bit of Divinity Assassin as well. Ooh, okay. Actually, Wizard, all right.
Yeah, if we actually jump over to Silent's board, yeah, he's actually doing 9 assassins now. He has all 3 wizards in there, allowing him to reach 9 assassins. And this is actually a strategy that won one of the EU finals games. It was a player known as Zoom Zoom. He open forted, just picked up some assassin units, power spiked with 9 assassins, and went on to win the game from an open fort. So I'm assuming Silent must have watched that game, if not at least taken some notes, because he is absolutely killing it right now with these 9 assassins. It's just a matter of, can he 3-star this Abyssal Crawler? And if he can, I would imagine he finishes in the top 4 in this lot, man.
Well, because I mean, there's a couple of key things you're looking at when you're going for this build. One of them, of course, is having this strong front line. The Warpwood Sage, level 3, check that box. The other one is having your carry, and he is well on his way to getting that 3-star Abyssal Crawler. It all comes down to how the items are going. That is really going to be a big deciding factor. And, of course, trying to get these wizards like the Soul Devourer and the Grim Touch up to level 2 as well is going to be a big one here. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on Silent. As I look up towards the top, though, Devless and K-Bunny. K-Bunny now on a 13 streak, but Devless being able to find one of their own. Going into this Dragon Mage build with the humans, going to be able to continue to build that up here. Does have these spell books, so this is going to be interesting to see if we maybe... I talked about it earlier. Is there going to be a push for level 11? I wouldn't be super surprised.
Yeah, and Devless's team, although he is getting taken down by K-Bunny's warriors, looking really strong right now. Already has a Dragon Knight 2-star and a Tortola Elder, so not too far off from completing his build, just missing some few key units. I know he does want to go up all the way to 6 mages at least, so he will be progressing towards that. But having a Dragon Knight 2-star, you can't complain at this point. That's just such a powerful unit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, again, we've seen the power, especially when you get that Dragon Synergy booted up, you get the items on, a couple of items. It doesn't need a ton, don't need full commit as the carry, but it can just do a lot of work. But speaking of work done, not even a ton of these, really level up in terms of 2-star, but the warriors, 9 warriors, the committal is there. A little bit of Cave Clan, a little bit of Beast, of course, being thrown in just for the additional tank and damage. Just the way it works out. And then you've got plenty of options in the current set of pieces that are out there when it comes to which warriors you want to run. And we talked about it. If you can get this build going early, it can look really strong, get you, again, maybe not necessarily first place, but in that top 3, that is really what K-Bunny is looking to do here. But as I take a look down towards the bottom, Silent, Monty, Legato, Leroy, within 5 HP of each other in the bottom here, Zath. Which one do you want to take a look at?
Ooh, I guess we can take a look at Silent. Looks like he's committing all his gold, and he is sitting at only 25 HP. Oh, and there it is. He does find the Abyssal Crawler 3-star, so maybe this is the moment that Silent's looking to get back into this game. The only thing that's concerning is usually assassins have a tough time taking down warriors, and the fact that K-Bunny is streaking so strong with the warriors could give this 9 assassin team a tough time when it does face up against K-Bunny.
Yeah, just having that damage reflect up against the big crits of these assassins definitely goes a long way. No items hit on this Warpwood Sage, fully committing to getting this Abyssal Crawler carry stacked for good reason, already having it at level 3, committing to only... Every single one of these other troops, though, is 2 and 3 stars, respectively. Able to get the Shadow Crawler, able to get the Grim Touch up to level 2 as well. I mean, this is looking good for Silent. Really, really solid. It is Legato who is struggling, though, down here at the bottom. Playing, again, this sort of 4-4-4 builds with Divinity, with Cave Clan, with Warrior. Another one I was sort of told to look out for. All the 2 stars coming online. Where is this build going wrong?
Well, I've actually haven't really seen the Divinity with the 4K plan. I did hear about it. It must be that additional HP that makes it strong. But it seems to be the core is very similar as we've seen previous Divinity builds. It's all about that Water Spirit. So typically, if a Water Spirit Divinity build is gonna go ahead and top 3 lobby, it's gonna be on the back of that 3-star Water Spirit. And Legato is just nowhere near that Water Spirit 3-star. So without that, it could be tough. And usually you do see at least a Warpwood Sage as well in Divinity that can hold off for you as a second tank. So maybe Legato's just missing some key units in his build.
Yeah, of course, Warpwood Sage. We talked about the idea of these contested pieces. That is certainly going to be one of them. But Leroy on a 7-loss streak. I have to see what's going right, what's going wrong here. 4 beasts coming on in, putting a lot of resources into the carry, trying to just survive through this, but going up against Legato here, definitely a bit of a tall order. The HP bars are starting to slip away as this Water Spirit is just going to town. The Fallen Witcher just cannot do enough up against this, and with only 4 HP left, Leroy is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's always such a tough time when you're trying to put together a build. He's clearly trying to go all the way up to 6 beasts, but it's just not coming together. It's the most contested build in this lobby. At least 3 other players are trying to grab the exact same pieces Leroy's going for, and some players are going to see him and some not, and Leroy is just coming up short here.
Unfortunately, that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to auto battlers. Sometimes you find the pieces and sometimes you just don't. And oh man, we're seeing that abyssal crawler damage in the back, just one-shotting pieces. Oh my goodness, that is going to be it here. I don't think there's any. Oh my gosh, when the crits come in as well, that abyssal crawler just smacks. Once that attack speed just starts ramping up, that's going to be Leroy out in 8th place. Unfortunate here. Leroy barely able to squeak into this grand final and going out 8th. Not ideal. But again, not over yet. There are 5 games to be played. Definitely has some opportunities to come back, but we'll need to continue, or we'll need to start performing better going into these next matches as we jump on board with TZ, who does have the 6 beast. Another player opting to go that route, but flexing it a little bit differently here, bringing in the Venomancer as a carry. What do you think about that, Zaf?
Yeah, I have seen this done. 6 beast Kira basically, but PC actually is not running the Venomancer. I believe that may have been another player.
I must have clicked on the wrong. Who is running the who's playing this Venom?
Monty.
Oh, it's silent. Monty. Oh, hang on. Wait, we have multiple players running Venom. Okay, this is getting exciting now. But let's take a look at Monty, who's on this win streak. There it is, and there's the Venomancer carry. There we go. Yeah, with this Kira beast build, this is really cool. I like this.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we usually see the 6 beast paired with the Fallen Witcher, but we keep mentioning it. It's just such a contested unit, so why not just stay in your own lane and pick a different carry? No one's grabbing up Kira's, no one's running Insectoid as of yet, so why not try Kira in your 6 beasts? It's going to be free for you, and it looks like it's working out for Monty, finding himself towards the top of the lobby on a streak.
Yeah, and well, this could be interesting because we could see he's picking up more Venomancers here. More Lord of Salmon, and we're seeing it. This might actually be a flex, a transition into more full Insectoid, maybe, which did receive a slight nerf. We're seeing the roll here. What is he going for? Fully rolled down. Monty is out of money. So this is interesting here. We'll see, because again, like you mentioned before, Beast is fairly contested. 3 players still in the lobby running this full Beast build. So a transition to Insectoid might not actually be the worst call here for Monty.
Yeah, the cool thing is when you run 6 beasts, you at least get to activate the 2 Insectoid. So having the 4 cost duplicates like he has right now, he is playing 2 2-star Venomancers. So once one goes down, it is likely to spawn at least 1 3-star Insectoid. So yeah, it's still flexing in like half an Insectoid build with his 6 beasts. So it looks like it's working out for him just great.
Things that aren't working out so much, though, is the decline of K-Bunny. K-Bunny, who was at like 90 HP for so long. We talk about, though, the 9 warrior in the late game falling off a cliff in this situation. K-Bunny has finally got to start to spend some of this money. A lot of 1-stars still, but did find the Sacred Lancer, does have the Berserker, is able to get the Doom up to level 2. So here we go. Level 9 now for K-Bunny. We'll see if this little bit of power here is going to be able to bring them back in this as they're going up against Monty now. This is going to be the battle here for K-Bunny. K-Bunny can survive this. I think that'll speak volumes to the state of the build going into the late game.
Yeah, and we'll see just how strong this 6-piece Kira build is. I don't see it too often, but it is just absolutely wrecking these warriors. Everyone is going down, and huge damage being put onto Monty. Unfortunately for him, that was Monty's copy, so Monty actually is able to keep his streak alive, even though he goes down to K-Bunny. Oh wait, no, Monty did win against K-Bunny, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple of streaks here. Nova on a loss streak, Silent Monty on a win streak, Peasy down towards the bottom. K-Bunny, again, falling off a bit of a cliff here. These 9 warriors just not lasting long enough going into the late game. Going to be putting in the Pirate Captain, the additional bit of CC, but I have to look down towards the bottom here. PZ and Legato don't have a ton of HP left. And now K-Bunny, once again, we'll see if K-Bunny can win up against one of these players who is struggling in this lobby. In this case, it is Pirzun. See if Pirzun is going to be able to hold off the warrior onslaught, or if the warriors are going to fall. The Sacred Lancer is doing decent amount of work, though, but now the last one standing. This is looking really bad for K-Bunny.
Yeah, it seems like the Warriors just can't hold on in the end game. It seems like he's losing to almost everybody. And look at the HPs. They are all so close. You don't really know who's going to finish in the top 4. They can all get knocked out in a matter of a round.
And this is so deceptive, too, because you see K-Bunny at the top, but K-Bunny is 1 away from a loss streak here, pretty much. So this is very interesting. But a player I didn't expect to see down here in 7th position is actually Nova. Nova, who came in as our number 1 seed. Definitely one of the favorites. We're just looking at sort of overall competitive experience. But, oh, man, going up against this Fallen Witcher with the Holy Spirit Lance, it is doing so much damage. And I think that's going to be, no, not quite enough damage to knock him out. But it is going to be very close. Nova surviving with only 3 HP, 5 HP, rather, I should say. And not a lot of gold in the bank either. This is looking rough for Nova.
Yeah, when everyone's running the same build, it just comes down to who has better items on that carry, and having that Holy Spirit Lance on that Fallen Witcher really beat out Nova's team. So now that it's a creep round, Nova's hoping for an item that can really help out his Fallen Witcher. Maybe he's looking to hit a Mjolnir. That would give it some insane attack speed and some good attack for that Fallen Witcher. So Nova needs a huge item here to make it back into this game.
Yeah, look, gotta hope though a little bit of RNG for them in this one, as it's going to come down to what items are going to be picked up. We'll see if there's going to be the big one. The big one is looking for here in order to continue on, as we're now at round 30. And like you mentioned before, Zaf, look at how close the HP is. This is insane. Also, Legato, spend your money. Oh my goodness, you are like an inch from death, dear sir. Yeah, spend. I want to see what Legato's doing. I want to see what this roll down's looking like. Ooh, level 3 Skull Hunter. That'll be nice. As we're gonna see, looking for, yeah, can they find? That's what this comes down to. Looking for more of these water spirits, but not going to be able to find them. Oh man, this is so close. Like you said before, so many players literally a round away from defeat. The difference between 7th place and 4th place could be 2 rounds.
Yeah, and Legato was so close. He was just missing 1 water spirit. And this is a build I personally haven't seen. We did hear about it from Deep Blue's notes. It was the 4K Clan Divinity. And yeah, having a 3-star Skull Hunter in the build, definitely never seen that before. But it just came up a little short there up against those mages from Devless.
It did come up a little bit short, but also just long enough to get past Nova. They both got knocked out in the same round, but literally a matter of seconds The difference between Nova getting 7th and 6th place, Legato just barely eking that one out, and Silent is now right up there at the top. K-Bunny went from 90 to 20 HP in a round, of course, about 10 rounds. Absolutely insane here as we're jumping on board with Pure Zun, who's down towards the bottom, but facing up against the Mages of Devless. The nuke damage is insane, but this Fallen Witcher is continuing to go off. Does the Fallen Witcher do enough damage? The answer is unequivocally yes. So Pure Zun's actually in a 5-win streak. Pure Zun's actually been able to stabilize.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's fully stabilized, because I think it's coming down. His copy did just lose to Silent, and Silent is just running away with it. Once he hit his 9 assassins, he just hasn't looked back. If we jump on board with Silent's board, he does not only have a 3-star Abyssal Crawler, he actually managed to hit a 3-star Shadow Crawler as well, and transferred all the items over to the stronger carry. So the fact that Silent was the only person running assassins is benefiting him hugely here, hitting so many strong carry units. And I think he may just be able to close it out unless one of these players can do something to stop these assassins.
I mean, if I'm PZ was, of course, known for their assassin play, and I didn't go assassin this game, and I look at this, I gotta be just shaking my head going, oh, come on. Come on, this is my build. And having it being used so well here. But look at this. 3 players on 2 HP. This is insane. The difference between 3rd and 5th place is going to be a single round. This is absolutely wild. The ramifications, the repercussions of this going into the next 4 games, potentially walking away as our Season 6 champion. This is absolutely massive. Nerves of steel time. Take a deep breath, because this next round is going to make all the difference.
Yeah, and it may just come down to who's facing up against Silent, and it looks like it was Devla's turn, and just getting critted to death, and it's the first one going out. Devla's going out in 5th. Then the next 2 with 2 HP is K-Bunny, Pure Zoom, if you want to see how that one ends.
Oh, who ended up? It was K-Bunny. K-Bunny actually took the win. Oh my goodness. So K-Bunny just held off, going out in 5th place, is now in 3rd. That was a massive win for K-Bunny, stabilizing at the end when it mattered most. This build that served him so well in the early game, able to just do enough. I talked about it. 9 Warriors getting you top 3. That's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, but that was a little too close for comfort there. He could have gone out in 5th. Imagine getting off to like nearly 100% for, I forgot how long his win streak was, but I want to say at least 13 rounds or so. Such a dominant, strong start, and potential to go out in 5th there. But yeah, luckily for him, K-Bunny does secure a top 3 this game. It looks like it may just come down to Silent and Monty. They both are streaking for the final 2 battle.
Yeah, both of these players going to have to take each other down. K-Bunny with only 2 HP. We'll watch K-Bunny in this next one, and then we'll watch what I think is going to be an epic slugfest between Silent and Monty, 2 incredibly experienced veteran players here. Both know what it's like. I mean, Monty obviously competing on some of the big stages in the world of auto chess. This time has their work cut out for them. But it is K-Bunny here who could still be the fly in the ointment for one of these players if he can continue to go on start to go on a streak of his own. But going up against Monty this time, looking at these HP bars, I think that's going to be it. Top 3 finish, you gotta love it, but I think that's where this run is going to end.
And I just noticed Monty has a 3-star Venomancer. So Silent has a 3-star Abbey Crawler and a 3-star Shadow Crawler, but Monty has a 3-star 4-cost unit in that Venomancer. And we used to see this guy a lot back when Kira used to dominate the meta, and it was just a easy GG once this thing hit the board. So let's see if it's the same case. He did go down to Silent's copy there, so let's see how it actually goes up when they go head to head here.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how much damage this Veno can do versus it's all about the carries, the battle of the carries here. And we'll see which one can go to town. The Abyssal Crawler is going in. Keeping an eye on the right side of the screen here. Where hang on a second. Where is this Venomancer damage? Did
I
it already get
believe
blown
it just
up?
got instantly critted. Yes, it teleported to the back line, and all the assassins just critted it away. But wait a second, how did Monty
But he still won.
maintain a streak
But he
there?
still won. That's what I'm blown away by. I think we sort of saw a mirror image of that. Both teams sort of threw it in. And we did actually see that this idea of sort of baiting. I actually see the Flicker staff being taken off the Veno. That's actually hilarious. Where's he going to put that instead? Artithrax over in the Doom Arbiter as well. So actually baiting in the Blink into the backline with the Assassins. We actually, again, Deep Blue doing so much work for us behind the scenes. Thank you. Talking about this being a potential counter to these hyper carry builds, as we're seeing the Veno now getting doomed, though, which is actually huge. Not going to be able to really get the most out of that unit in a very different look this time around, as Monty is now down to 6 HP. Both of these players, we talked about the idea of them trading blows. That is what we are seeing now. Trading toe to toe, back and forth. Which one is going to come out on top? This next round could decide it all, determine who takes our very first game here in game number 6. Sorry, not day number, season number 6 here for the ESL Mobile Open. Seeing a little bit of a rearrangement here coming back in for Monty. This is the lineup. This is the time. Is it going to be enough? We're going to find out.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on that Venomancer, and it looks like he gets doomed ulted again. Just unable to ult, and the Assassin's critting away his entire team. Silent taking it home with the 9 Assassins.
Silent looking just so solid there. The positioning of the troops there at the end, keeping those key carries alive. That was massive. And then the Doom time and again, that Doom curse right where it needed to be on the Venomancer, making sure that he could do nothing in these fights, taking it down. We talked about the idea of items. We talked about the idea of composition, but unit placement, I think, was actually a big factor in these final rounds as well. When it comes down to a 1v1, it's all about the mind games, the back and forth, trying to determine sort of where you're going to be, where your opponent's going to be. And we saw it in the end. They're Silent, looking oh so strong in this very first game. Zath, what a fantastic first match.
Absolutely, and he did it from an open fort. So this is a strategy that I've seen be successful before. I mentioned in the EU, this Zoom player literally open forted into 9 Assassins and went on to get first place in that lobby. So Silent replicating that exact same strategy, and it seems to be fairly consistent for that win there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some things you've got to do right. It's not sort of a guarantee by any stretch, but if you can find the pieces, especially if Assassin is basically uncontested, boy, did it look good. Really solid play there in that first match. But that's only 1 of 5 in store for you today. We're going to have 4 more baggers coming your way. But before we head to a break, I want to remind all you folks at home, if you're not following us over on social media, if you're not staying up to date with all the things we're doing here for ESL Mobile, be sure to do that. !social in the chat. You do not want to miss any of the stuff coming down the pipe. A lot of great things happening in the world of mobile esports. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we're going to break down game number 1 and get right into the action with game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm your host, Verum, and we just saw game number 1 of our grand finals, and oh my goodness, was it close. 3 players on 2 HP at a time. The difference between 3rd and 5th, only a single round. Yeah, okay. That's pretty much the kind of action I've come to expect here from the ESL Mobile Open, and these finals, they certainly do deliver. None of this, of course, would be possible without the ongoing support of AT&T, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. They've been with us since the beginning, helping to grow the grassroots of mobile esports, and they are the reason we're able to put on such amazing tournaments like this, supporting us not just in terms of the prize pool, but just the resources, the ability to put on such a fantastic series of tournaments over the last 2 years now. Like we said before, over 1 million entrants in the program just this year alone, and none of it will be possible without the support of AT&T. So thank you so much to them. But we're not done yet by any stretch. We still have 4 more games in Zath. Woo! Game number 1 was spicy.
Oh yeah, so much back and forth. The HP pools were so close. You just didn't know who was going to go out next. But it was Silent who ended up coming out on top all the way down from an open fort strategy, making it work. Almost making it look easy, but not too easy. But yeah, we can take a look back at the highlights of this game to see just what went down in this game. So as we see here, it was K Bunny who started this game off so strong, starting off with those 6 warriors and just dominating the early game. Off to the races there, 100%ing. Maybe he went on, I want to say like a 15 win streak all the way into the mid game. So K Bunny with the warriors, noticing no one running warriors, why not? He'll take it. Another person that went on a strong start was Devlis. He's getting taken down here by the other win streaker, K Bunny, but Devlis did get a strong start. And here we have Silent. This is where things really start picking up for Silent. He finally gets his 9 assassins and that Abyssal Crawler carry with the items on it, and things just started to look so good for Silent at this point here. That Abyssal Crawler just critting everything away. And here is where Monty actually starts picking things up. He's going up against K Bunny's 9 warriors, but he gets that 6 beast Kira build online with that Venomancer 2-star and is able to deal so much damage to K Bunny here. And here we have Pure Zoom versus Nova. They both opt to run very similar builds with the 6B strategy. So it came down to who had the better items on that carry Fallen Witcher. And it looks like PZ just hit the edge over Nova in this round here. And here we have Silent versus Nova, and unfortunately for Nova, Silent was just too strong at this point in the game. That 3-star Abyssal Crawler just critting everything in its path with the help of that Shadow Crawler. And here we have, this is where 3 players had 2 HP left. Everyone's just trying to survive to 3rd place. And it came down to K Bunny versus PZ. And it was K Bunny who barely held on for his life. 2 HP, securing a top 3 for K Bunny. And here we have our top 3 finish here, Monty versus K Bunny. This would determine who would end up in the top 2, and Monty with the 3-star Venomancer. You rarely see that guy anymore, but absolutely dominating K Bunny's warriors here. Even without that Venomancer, the rest of the Beast squad just joining up and knocking him out there. Now we have our final 2, Monty versus Silent, but the crits are just too nasty for Silent's team. That Shadow Crawler is just too strong there. Assassins critting it away for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to, I mean, Assassins are strong. They're stronger when they're uncontested. Oh my goodness. Able to find multiple 3-stars, having the Warpwood Sage to be the tanky front line, multiple strong backline, and then frontline assassins as they do their thing, jumping in and around, finding the crits left and right, and really just goes to show if you can find the build that nobody else is going, a little bit of luck, find those pieces, you can just go off in these games. As we take a look at our leaderboard, we'll see exactly how it ended up shaking out. I want to remind the folks at home, it is 5 games. The player at the end of those 5 games with the most points will be your Season 6 champion. So Silent starting things off on absolutely the right foot there with in 10th place. But I would say any player still is very much in this. Really, when it comes down to games like 3, 4, and 5, those are where it's going to start to get a little bit closer. Those players who are in the top 3 are going to have more of a claim towards that top spot. But still, Silent, what an opening performance. You talked about it, a build you saw characterized in EU used to perfection here, and I actually had a chance to sit down and talk to Silent going into these matches to get their thoughts. Let's take a look. Hey man, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me. First and foremost, congratulations on making it to our grand finals here for Season 6. Was there ever a moment you're playing some of those last games, you're like, I don't know, this is close, I don't know if I'm gonna make it?
The last day going into it, I was pretty confident I was going to qualify, but the second day, I was a little sketchy after the first game. I think I got 5th in, and I was like, oh boy, I actually gotta, start getting some firsts. But it's last day, I was pretty confident I was going to make finals again.
For sure. I mean, obviously you're going up against a really top, group of competitors here, but sort of talk to us a little bit about your journey here at the Mobile Open. How has it been competing so far this season?
Well, the pool of players have been smaller this time, but that means that the earlier phases are a lot more try hard, I guess. We did not have Zath competing again this season, but we still had other finalists from last season like Monty and Nova and Radical, and those had to watch out for them.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a lot of tough competition because the players that are here, they know what they're about. And I've had a chance to talk to a lot of them going into this. They're all really looking forward to it. It seems like the auto chess community as a whole is just this really tight-knit, really friendly community, which has been great. Sort of talk to us about, your experience, competing here and the players that you've really enjoyed competing with overall and that kind of stuff.
Well, a lot of the finalists from last season where we all know each other. We've played together before. We played customs together. We played it last season in practice. And the great part about this community is that, pretty much everyone knows each other in some way. And they kind of know how each person plays. And it's all friendly banter when sometimes we do voice calls and talk about the game.
Look, I'm a fan of a little bit of banter. I don't think we get quite enough of it here in auto chess. Auto battlers, they're just a little bit too polite. But I digress. This is just my wants as a commentator. But still, speaking of polite, speaking of the community, do you have any shout outs before we say goodbye?
I just want to shout out Silduri, of course, same as last season. He's been a great person to talk to, very, very knowledgeable person, and Monty and Nova have always been the people I look up to in auto chess.
Oh, well, that's very nice to hear. And hey, who knows? Sometimes maybe today the apprentice will become the master. Yeah, we'll go with that. Anyway, best of luck in the games. We're looking forward to them.
Thank you.
I mean, there's always something to be said for playing up against the players that you respect and you look up to, and that all that good stuff. And then there's nothing to be able to go and beat them. The Padawan becomes the master, I think was the expression I was trying to go for there, because we'll throw in Star Wars references. In any case, that was only our first game. But is there a player you saw in that last game that Zath, you think, oh man, maybe things have gone a little different, maybe they would have come out on top?
I think it's going to have to be Nova. He was our leader going into this finals. He performed so well in the playoffs, so I think he's going to have some standout games moving forward. So I expect big things from Nova.
All right. Well, I do tend to agree with you. I'm getting word that the players are just about ready, so we're going to head to a short break. This might be the opportunity for Nova to come back, or maybe another player will step up to the plate as we get into game number 2 in just a few.
is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm Inverum, joined by Zath as we're getting into game number 2 here in our grand finals. Silent took game number 1 with a sick assassin play, multiple 3 stars, crits for days. We'll see what the response is going to be this time around. And hey, off to it. I mean, level 2 star God of War, sure, we'll do it. Zath, we'll do it.
Wow, wins the first game and going into game 2, his very first shop is 3 Gods of War. What in the world? Wow, he's just getting some nice luck today. I'm sure he can't complain.
I mean, who could complain? But yeah, I feel like this character can be a little bit of a bait. As we saw, 9 Warriors, definitely a bit of a bait. Did make top 3. But boy, it was close. It was certainly close. We'll see if Silence can be able to repeat the performance, or I wouldn't be surprised if another player strikes back in this second game. Every single one of these players can justifiably walk away with the win. There is a reason they are in the top 8. They have all put up individually stellar performances over the course of the playoffs. Keep an eye out. Only 1 2-star in the lobby, of course. That is Silent. But another player who impressed me a lot in that last game was actually Devless. Let's see what Devless is up to this time around. Already finding some assassins. Okay.
Yeah, has the Abyssal Crawler and is 1 away from an upgraded Soulbreaker. So yeah, we definitely know what Devless is considering in this early game. He saw what was successful last game and is looking to emulate it, potentially with his own assassin build.
Yeah, and I mean, again, assassins are one of these great ones because they have a few like kind of key components. Get your carry up to 3 stars. Get a strong front line, ideally a Warpwood Sage. You can flex a bunch of different directions around that. You can either saw a part with the Wizard like we saw last time, go for an actual pure 9 assassin. There's a lot of different sort of ways you can go about it. I think that iteration we saw last time that was probably my favorite version of that. It offered a little bit more flexibility and it sort of spread the love out a little bit more when it came to that damage. And hey, speaking of wizards, okay, we're seeing the Soul Devourer coming in now, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if the pieces keep going their way. If Devless might actually try and do the same build.
Yeah, definitely. Having those early wizards can be huge for you because you only need 3 assassins with the wizards and you go all the way up to 9 assassins, so it can definitely be a good spike once you do hit it. So yeah, can't complain hitting those early wizards. Just the hard one to hit is going to be that Grim Touch. So 4-cost unit, it's kind of tough to hit before round 8 or level 8. So not sure how early Devless can get it online, but he's ways away. We're only on round 4, so a lot of things need to go in his favor for this build to come together.
Yeah, I am certainly, folks. I am certainly getting ahead of myself. I'm excited, man. It's the finals. Come on, cut me some slack. I want to see what these players are up to. And we're seeing Nova starting things off looking like it's going to be an open fort. K Bunny able to find level 2 Taboo Witchers, so maybe going to try and go on a bit of a win streak here. Devless, like we're seeing before, I think also realizing not quite finding the pieces they need early, so going to be going for the Priest. Not a full open fort, quote unquote, but still going to be likely going to look for lost streak here. And that is a distinction I think is good to make. And oh, interesting. Maybe a little Glacier Knight action here coming out from PZ.
Yeah, it looks potentially. He does have some Knights units in there. He has a Frantic Mass on the Lightblade Knight. So maybe we get to see some Knight compositions come out this game. I do remember in the EU one of the top players in EU, Mageshka, put together a 6-Knight build. It looked okay going into the mid game, but oh boy, did things fall apart in the end game. I believe he did go out in 8th with those 6 Knights. No. So maybe PZ is just looking for like an early to mid transition with the Knights and transition into something completely different. But we'll see. Finding a 2-star Water Spirit though for PZ, so maybe he can build around that one.
Hasn't committed anywhere else like too hard, like hasn't found the potential level 3 Lightblade Knight yet. Really, this Knight build comes down to finding an early Avenge Knight and getting up those stacks. That's sort of what the new iteration of this Knight build really looks like. Is really building around this other carry that's not your Lightblade Knight. Because I'm going to be honest, the Lightblade Knight has universally felt underwhelming every time I have casted it. Look at it here. Like this, I can't do nothing. Bouncy Glaives, what are you doing? Nothing. No. Oh man, if an auto attack, if one more auto had gone onto this Dwarf Sniper, Fearzone would have won that. In any case, Monty holding on to the win streak up at the top. Monty the only one up there still undefeated. But hey, at least for now, it looks like the committal to these knights is going to be here from Pirzun. He is going to commit to leveling up this Light Blade Knight, but Monty is still holding strong here, just with some hunters, early hunters. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, it's interesting because some of these other players do have 2 stars already online, but Monty with all 1 stars, an Agrisis synergy, and 3 hunters, and somehow finds himself with max HP. I wouldn't think he's going to maintain the streak going into round 10. He's got to face some of these guys with a bit more upgraded units. Unless hunters with 2 snipers is that powerful early game, could be the case.
I mean, yeah, yes, Zath. Apparently it helped. Now it's a level 2 dwarf sniper. Okay, sure. This is the world we live in now. This is where we are. Okay, dwarf sniper is real good. What can I say?
Yeah, he found those upgrades at the perfect time. So right before he can potentially lose his 100% streak, finds a 2-star dwarf and a 2-star skybreaker. I'm surprised he's keeping that skybreaker on the bench. Oh, never mind. Does opt to level and throw it in as his front line.
Yeah, and I do like this decision, but going up against assassins, though, that dwarf sniper was left out to dry, but it doesn't matter. There's enough damage, even with that abyssal crawler there. It's not nearly enough. And early hunters, so here's the thing. Early hunters are always strong, have always been good. Players have struggled to transition to the late game, but because of some more recent changes and some of the counters to them, we actually have seen players able to make Hunter, like Feather Hunter, work more so into the late game if you can get them high enough levels. So we'll see if that's going to happen here or if there's going to be more of a transition. We'll keep an eye on that. Lots of options still available here for Monty, who's now on this 5-win streak. But let's take a look at some players who are more in the middle that we haven't had a chance to take a look at. Let's see what Leroy is up to here.
Yeah, it looks like his only upgraded unit is that Soulbreaker 2-star, and yeah, this just looks like an early game build right now. He's not really committing anywhere. His bench is keeping some options open, has some potential hunters he can throw in there. It has some spirits in that stone and water spirit, so can consider potentially some kind of mage transition. But yeah, super early game, just trying to survive, not trying to take too much damage. Just trying to survive his early game off the back of that Soulbreaker, but going up against Monty's strong streak here and continues to take damage.
I feel like we're all Leroy right now. We've all been in this position where, like, I could go in this direction, I could go in that. I haven't gotten enough of anything to really commit. I think Spirits is now looking fairly likely. Spirits, of course, received a nerf, too far of a nerf, and then a little bit back. The Petrify went down from 4 seconds to 3 seconds. 3 seconds was too much. So we're back up to 3.5 seconds. So still, options here. And it looks like Spirits might be the play. Does have this Warpwood Sage as well, which is great to have. But again, just sort of sitting in this middle of the pack position. A little bit of a struggle here. As I want to jump on board with a couple other players. Ooh, Mage Warrior Cave Clan from Legato. That is a lot of things. Let's see what Legato's getting up to here. I'm very curious. Cave Clan, of course, being one of these new buff builds. I mean, 900 times maxed out the amount of HP that you're missing. I mean, the later they've helped it scale towards the late game more, which I think is good because that's really where it felt like Cave Clan started to fall off.
Yeah, and he's making it work with the mages. I know it wasn't in the most recent patch, but in recent patches, 3 mages did receive a buff, so it does help out just that 3 mage synergy. And yeah, doesn't have any upgrades aside from that Red Axe Chief 2-star, but making it work just with the items on that 1-star Flame Wizard.
Yeah, and looks like the decision to sort of go on a bit of a loss is going to be the call here. Legato wanting to make sure that loss streak stays alive, does put in the freeze though to help negate that incoming damage to the HP as a whole, and not even be able to take. Oh, actually, no, doesn't take down that Water Spirit there. Unfortunate, but the loss streak is going to be maintained. Wanting to try and build up that economy, which really, again, obviously you've got Nova down at the bottom, hitting level 50 by around 12. That's really, really solid. Monty at the top is actually really working to keep tempo. K-Bunny is as well. We've seen some players who just get everything they need and they're able to build up like 30 or 40 gold themselves. But these 2 players up at the top really been working to keep that economy go, or really that tempo going.
Yeah, and if we do take a look at Monty at the top, he just keeps on power spiking, does decide to go to level 7, round 12, and has a Dragonite already. So not only are Hunters strong early, Dragons are very strong. That DK should definitely help Monty maintain his streak.
Yeah, no, you can see the damage there. The Abyssal Crawler almost doing enough, but the rest of the pieces here just able to keep Monty looking in fantastic position. And there's the loss for Devless. Once again, yeah, getting this early Dragonite, even at level 1, just is a big impact there once you get these dragons going. Just able to start off, just having those abilities be procced. You know, the Umbra, it's going to add up. The Winter Crafter isn't doing a whole lot, but having this DK with the early dragon synergy makes a huge difference. And this is a pure tempo build. Everything about this, to me, screams tempo.
Yeah, it doesn't have the best late game. It really depends what he wants to do. And wow, Monty keeping the pressure on the lobby, going up to level 8, round 13. Oh my god, adding in some more units for 4 Aegrises. So he's just trying to deal so much damage to everyone, especially the people down at the bottom, not giving them any breathing room to get back into this game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, level 8 when most of your opponents are level 6. Huge. And again, I wonder if maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from watching those EU games, because like you mentioned before, Zath, early leveling, pushing the pace, the tempo, really a big part of how they were playing. And I think, again, finding a lot of success with that for a lot of those players. But here, only 2 2-stars. He's had these 2-stars since round 5. We're now round 14. But still, it's the way he's built around it. It's the fact that he's got so many pieces on the board. Monty is looking nigh unstoppable. The question becomes, where do you go from here?
Yeah, that is a great question. I don't know too many builds that keep Hunters and Dragons in your build. I know I've messed around with some builds in rank. I went recently a 6 Aegrises Dragon Hunter build. I thought it was a pretty sweet build. We did win that game. I'm not sure how meta viable it is. I don't think we'll be seeing a 6 Aegrises build here. If he does, I'll lose my mind. But yeah, I'm not sure where he goes. He does pick up that Venomancer on the bench, so maybe he leans towards a Cure build again.
I mean, that could certainly be an option. It's actually going to put it in over the level 2 Skybreaker. I actually think that's smart. This Venomancer can do so much, of course, with this Chemical Rage. Just having that negative armor, synergizing this with the Agarsis buff as well, just is going to do so much. Watch how fast these units go down. Yeah, I understand it's a creep round, but still, just going to be able to shred through all that with the Hunters, all of that negative armor. You can see it there. They just melt.
Yeah, and I do notice he does have another Dwarf Sniper on the bench, so maybe he really is thinking of keeping the Hunters. Maybe he just out-tempos the lobby, similar to how K-Bunny went 9 Warriors last game. It wasn't the strongest late game build, but he got off to such a strong start that secured himself top 3. Maybe Monty's on the same wavelength, just trying to go something that may not be the strongest late game, but he gets to that late game phase way faster than everyone else and can secure himself top 3, top 2.
Certainly a possibility. And I'm looking at there as well. K-Bunny, who was on a huge win streak in that last game, doing it again. This time, though, with Beast, with Druid, and Witcher actually up there in second place. But I want to take a look at Devless, because Devless is the only one sort of putting any of these assassins in, but doesn't really have a lot more of them. I think maybe, like we saw before, wanted to try and play around with these wizards, but wasn't able to really find any more. Only has 2 of them, which isn't exactly enough. I think is, still going to go down here to Leroy. So I think is... Sorry, yeah, to Leroy, so, you know, lost streak potential coming out. But I'm looking at the economy of most of these players, and I've seen a lot of players above 40 and even 50 here at this point.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to eco as much as they can for when it matters. Probably going to spend after round 20. But yeah, Devless really is hoping he finds that Grim Touch so he can finally add in that 9 Assassin synergy, because the buff from 3 Assassins all the way up to 9 Assassins is huge. So Devless needs to find this Grim Touch.
It really does. But I also want to talk about K-Bunny, who I just mentioned. We saw the battle finally between K-Bunny and Monty. K-Bunny actually came out on top. This 6 beast build is online. Got the Druid, got the Witcher, got the Insectoid. And I know we're going up against a player who's looking to maintain a loss streak, but still, so much damage and so much sustainability coming out from this build from K-Bunny. The question now becomes, can he transition into the late game better than he did with the 9 Warrior? I think, Zath, in my humble opinion, the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there, because a big difference from this game and last game. Last game, we had 4 people contesting that 6 beast build. One did end up transitioning Insectoid, but in this game, K-Bunny is the only person in this entire lobby going 6 beasts. It's such a different lobby. Maybe he just recognized it early, hitting the 3-star warper there. But yeah, K-Bunny uncontested 6 beasts. Oof, 11 win streak, looking to go on a 12 win streak after going up against Silent here.
Yeah, because I mean, we saw, I think, 3 or 4 players dabbling with Beast in the last game, and I think maybe that caused them to be a little bit shell-shocked this time around. You know what I mean? Everyone was like, oh, Beast was too contested, I'm not going to go for it this time. But in doing so, that left it very open, because like everybody had the same idea, which meant that this time, K-Bunny was just able to take it uncontested. And Silent, who won our first game, now whoop, way down at the bottom here. Looking to probably be going into an Insectoid build this time, has a lot of these duplicate pieces already in, has the Kira as well. But, you know, we have the Doom acting as the carry right now. We'll see if that swaps over to being the Venomancer. The Venomancer hits level 2. I don't know. This is, like, so close to being something good.
Yeah, this build was actually the premier Insectoid build before they introduced the 3rd and 4th Insectoid. So back when there was only 2 Insectoids, you would run it with Doom carry and Doom duplicates. But he's just missing the final 2 Insectoid. I believe he's missing the Spider Queen and the Thorn Predator to really get this build online, so he can secure himself a couple of 3-star Insectoids when these duplicates do end up going down. So yeah, Silent, it's just a matter of surviving until he can finish off his build. He's just missing 2 key units for this one.
For sure. And again, Silent maybe looking to try and stabilize here, but Nova, the player we said, hey, I want to see Nova step up in this game. Well, a little bit of a struggle here. A 5 Dragon is come online. We do have the Mages as well, and some Wizard, but I see a lot of 1-stars in this composition, Zav.
Yeah, and the big one is just the 1-star Tortilla Elder. Doesn't have any mana items. I guess he doesn't need the mana items since he is running 5 dragons. But once he's able to 2-star this Tortilla Elder or this Dragon Knight, things should really turn around for Nova. It's just a matter of it's a little too late. He's all the way down to 27 HP. Finds a Thunder Spirit 2-star there. Not sure if he's going to opt to put it in or not. But hopefully Nova doesn't go up against some of the top people in the lobby. K-Bunny may deal a massive amount of damage to him. So yeah, let's keep an eye on Nova, who he goes up against this round.
Yeah, he's going up against Devless. Devless, who is, you know, not too far ahead in terms of the overall HP. Does have this 3-star oh my, okay, all right. Oh boy, oh no. Oh, that is a pretty stacked Abyssal Crawler. It just absolutely bopped those squishy mages. This is really where assassins shine. That was really solid there. Devless just taking down Nova in that situation, and now Nova, that loss streak, not looking great.
Yeah, Devless just playing it really well, all the way letting himself find that 3-star Abyssal Crawler. And something I noticed that makes Assassin's build so strong is the fact that you're able to spike at an earlier level. It seems like the people playing Assassins are just rolling their gold at level 7, so not really relying trying to hit level 8 or 9 for this Assassin build. They're just kind of staying at 7 until they find that 3-star carry, and Devless did that this game. Does go to level 8 now, but to find that 3-star, he did maintain himself at 7.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is definitely a thought process there, because, of course, you get higher probabilities to get different costs of units at different levels. These are all things that you have to balance and juggle. We did actually see Nova taking down Leroy there, a similar sort of mage-ish composition. with the spirits coming out from Leroy. And it's silent, though, still down here at the bottom. K-Bunny, once again, 2 games in a row on a 15-win streak early on. K-Bunny, but this time, I think, with a build that is much more suited to the late game. Let's see what Silent is up to, though. Was able to find the level 2 Venomancer, did transfer all the items over there, going up against Nova, whose mages we just saw. Can this build hold strong, or will the mages blast on through?
And Silent does manage to find the 2-star Venomancer, which is huge. Can actually have a proper carry, and it is enough to take down Nova there. So Nova in big trouble right now.
Yeah, Nova. Ah, man, only 8 HP. Oh my goodness. Nova, to remind the folks at home, came into today as our #1 seed. He did the best overall in the playoffs, but didn't have the best game in game number 1, and look to potentially go out in 8th place here in game number 2. Only this level 1 Tortola Elder, only the level 1 Grim Touch. These are key units that he'd love to have, or at least the DK. One of them at level 2, but when 3 of your main damage sources don't quite have enough, that's where the difference becomes. We're seeing this time going up against Legato. A lot more mage play this time around, barely able to eke out the win and survive this time. But it is still down to the wire. 1 more lost round. At this point, Nova's not looking for top 3. He's just not looking to be 8th.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to get as many points as he can and looking to turn things around in the future games. But if you take a look at these HP pools, everyone is so close together except for K-Bunny. K-Bunny's still pretty much at max HP, just making it look easy right now.
And K-Bunny's one of our newer players. I mean, I say newer. He's obviously very experienced when it comes to auto chess, but hadn't competed last season. Had friends that were competing in the mobile open, said, hey, man, you're fantastic. You really got to come in and play. K-Bunny's like, okay, all right, let's do it. And is putting on a clinic so far in this game. So, oh, man, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see who is going to be able to take him down. Now on a 17-win streak. Did get that early 6th beast. Does have those, is playing around with the Insectoid. But, oh, man, gotta roll. There's the second Tortola Elder. Is able to get the Soul Devourer up. Able to get the Grim Touch up as well. That's huge. But out of money is Nova. Not able to get the DK or the Tortola Elder to level 2. But is going to throw in 2 Tortola Elders here. Double Kamehameha. All right. At this point, only does 300 damage. But it does make a difference. A 600 damage burst, if they both can get it off, is going to be able to make a difference here. Especially up against a squishy board like this one from Monty. Oh, boy. Blink and you miss it. All righty then.
And it looks like Monty did end up committing to that Hunter build there, so we may be seeing Monty falling off a bit. He does go down to 18 health there, and Nova just hanging on, just trying not to get last this game.
Yeah, you know, last round it was all about the beasts. We saw beasts and beasts and beasts being used, you know, different degrees. This time around, it's all about the wizards. We're seeing, if I can show you the screen here. Okay, come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3. At least 5 people using wizards. There we go. Shop, you're driving me absolutely crazy here, friend. Just, there we go. Come on. All righty. We got it. As we are seeing now, Nova still with 8 HP. This is coming down to the wire, Zat. This is getting really close. Still not able to get that Tortola Elder up to level 2, but having double of those ults coming. If they can each get another ult off, this would be massive. No, one's not able to. No, that's just it. I think that's just GG. Nova out in 8th place. He needed to do well this round, but Purzun was able to take him out. And Monty now down to only 2 HP. These are 2 of our top tier veteran players. What's happening?
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. Monty just committing to the Hunter build that just got him on that strong streak, but like we mentioned, it's just not the strongest build going into the end game, but may turn around here with that 3-star Dwarf Sniper.
I was gonna say.
Does have the Claw one on it, so may have a better matchup against mages this time around. But let's see if this 3-star scary carry can hold on for Monty here, going up against Leroy.
Yeah, that is the question. The Siren's Abyssal Gaze is going to go down. That big piece of CC, huge to help take down that Warpwood Sage. And this Dwarf Cypher is sitting uncontested, racking up the damage, 4K and climbing. We'll see if there's enough damage to go. I think there's more than enough. Absolutely. With the shots, able to survive here 1 round longer as Monty is down to only 2 HP. Silent on a win streak, though, with 14 has been stabilizing in a big way. And K-Bunny, deja vu. We saw an epic, like 17-18 win streak, is now on a 3-loss streak. Things are changing. What is with K-Bunny in the late game? I have so many questions, Zach. These finals, they're nuts.
Yeah, it looks like the people that K-Bunny has been losing to seem to be the mage players. So 6-Beast does seem to be countered a bit by the mages. Potentially, K-Bunny doesn't have the magic resistance items on his carry unit is what I'm assuming. So maybe with a few more creep rounds, it could turn things around for K-Bunny. But a player I do want to take a look at is PureZoon. He did actually commit to Glacial Knights this game. So we have not seen a 3-star Lightblade Knight in a while. So yeah, PZ taking the risk there with his Knights and trying to see if his Lightblade 3-star can carry him into the upper half of his lobby.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a huge fan of Glacier Knight. And we're actually seeing the Lightblade Knight being used as the carry. So not seeing that Avenge Knight coming in. Okay. Going Tried and Shrew here. Does have some really good items. Does have this Frantic Mask really early. Let's see how much damage this Lightblade Knight can do. Of course, the Glacier does have the additional attack speed. Does so much here to help ramp up that DPS. And look at the DPS. And this Lightblade Knight is left alone. She is going to do some serious work. So, oh, hang on. And we could potentially see a big carry item there with the Holy Spirit Lance as well. Probably my favorite item in the game, I have to say. It is just so cool to watch.
Oh, absolutely. One of the best items in the game. And that is actually huge. Lightblade Knight with the Holy Spirit Lance. Oh, man. That's going to
Heard you like auto attack.
So much DPS. So maybe this is the item PZ was looking for to really get back into this game. All the HP pools are so close together, just like we've seen in the past.
And this is like, again, K-Bunny is deceptive because K-Bunny did lose like 6 rounds in a row there. Monty has won a few rounds in a row. So this is this is a much closer game than, and it looks close. It's even closer in actuality. As we're seeing K-Bunny going up against PZ here. K-Bunny, who started the day off, and both of these games off, so strong, going down once again. 15,000 damage. This is the Lightblade Knight carry I have been waiting to see. The prince that was promised, princess in this situation. I love it. Absolutely sick. And look at this. We lost 2 players that round. Monty and Silent both went down.
Yeah, and I believe that was our first and second place finishes from our game 1. So literally the fact that they finished 7th and 6th, this is anyone's tournament. Everyone is going to be very close in points after this game.
I am absolutely floored. It just goes, I mean, I talked about this idea, you know, it's the tabula rasa. It's the blank slate. Anybody can win going into this. But I wasn't expecting like every single game to be a flip-flop of first to, you know, 6th or whatever, first, 8th to 1st, whatever. That just goes to show how good the competitive NA scene is and how close all these players are. As that's the defeat. Oh my goodness, PureZoon still alive, but boy, was that close. 1 auto attack made the difference there.
Yeah, I was just about to mention, this Lightblade was absolutely popping off. We know that 6-Beast Witcher is a very meta build, so the fact that this Glacial Knight Lightblade carry build is holding on so strong may speak to that maybe there is something to Glacial Knights. Maybe they are strong enough to contend. As long as you have the right items on a 3-star carry, they can contend with the meta builds.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of it comes down to finding the right unit, finding the right items. I think that's just a lot of what it comes down to here. It's being able to find the right items to get the DPS going. Hang on, speaking of DPS, I don't think there's... they lost the break point. Oh no, that was so close. PureZoon just barely losing 2 rounds in a row. Would have loved to have win that one, but you hit a point, with that Warpwood stage where it's just like, nah, not doing it. If you didn't do it now, you're not ever going to do it. And still consistently putting up over 10,000 damage around is that Light Blade Knight, and still just continuing to stack up the items there. But it is Devless still down with 6 HP, running this Assassin Wizard build that we saw win the last game. Does have this level 3 Abyssal Crawler, does have the level 3 Warpwood Sage, has all the right pieces, but Zap, this time around, it's just not having as much success.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the items on this Abyssal Crawler, and I think the main thing he's missing is some attack speed on that carry. He does have the Shadow Edge on it, so he does have attack speed there, but that's the only attack speed item, so it could be that, and he does not have the time going out to K-Bunny there.
I was going to say, you know what, he doesn't necessarily have the items and doesn't have the opportunity to get them because he goes down in 5th place there. Not exactly where you want to go out at this point. You really want to aim for top 4, ideally top 3 consistently. That's when you get to that 6. We start to go to those double-digit increments, the 6, 8, and the 10 for the top 3. But we are seeing almost a completely different set of players. It might actually be a completely different set of players in the top 4 than we saw in that last game. Are we seeing a complete mirror of game number 1?
It might actually be not only a mirror of the players, but almost a mirror in these builds. I think we didn't see any of these builds in the top 4. We're seeing K-Bunny run his 6-piece build. We're seeing Leroy bringing out the 9 mages. Legato with a Divinity 6 mage, and PZ with some Glacial Knights. So all these builds I don't believe we saw in the first game. We did see the 6-piece one, but the other 3, they're brand new, and oof, they did throw a wrench into this lobby. The other players that finished in the bottom floor was not expecting these builds to come out.
No, and I think it's huge to mention just how this wizard is being leveraged to just get that. And okay, that's double Holy Spirit Lance on that Light Blade Knight. Well, we'll come back to that in a second because we had 2-star Tortola Elders here, and I want to see Leroy. I want to see the damage come in. I need to see it. Blast all. Okay. We're seeing, oh no, lots of damage going back and forth from both sides. Oh my goodness. All the spell power coming on in from Legato and Leroy. That was just a symphony of skills if I have ever seen one.
Yeah, it looks like it came down to Legato having some the Claw Wand on his own Tortola Elder. So I want to say that 9-mage build would have wiped out Leroy's or Legato's entire board, but Legato's Tortola Elder holding on with that item there and just casting enough time to the Divinity cooldown to wipe out Leroy's board.
Yeah, just a slight variation here. Both running mages, but sort of 2 sides of the same coin. And again, a build that traditionally does well against mages, of course, it is Knights having that MR, the magic resist, and hey, having some success here. And I think this is definitely part of the reason. Obviously, you've got the right items on your 3-star stacked carry, but also going up against 2 players running a core fundamental of the build that your build is good against. That is gotta feel good if you're PZ. And we legitimately might be in a situation where Knights, Glacial Knights, where's Bernanaz? We need him. Come on, like, good times. Glacial Knights.
Yeah, I agree. We don't see Glacial Knights do very well often, but they are absolutely holding on this game. The HPs are getting closer and closer. Legato got knocked down to 1 HP there. So let's see if PZ with his Glacial Knights can hold on until top 3.
Yeah, that's the question here. This time going up against K-Bunny. And once again, I think the mages are having a bit of a struggle. And yeah, that's going to be Legato down and out. K-Bunny able to take the win there. Purzun and Leroy going toe-to-toe as well. And we're seeing, looks like, oh man, this situation once again. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Really?
Yep, we've seen it time and time again. The 1v1 against the Warpwood, and it makes it seem like the Warpwood is not even taking any damage. All those items on the Light Blade, and the Warpwood isn't even hurt.
Oh my goodness, coming down to the wire. Legato does go down, and we do have our top 3. K Bunny able to survive so much better this time. The difference, again, I talked about this build being one that will scale a lot better into the late game over that 9 warrior, showing that you can take an early lead and transfer it into the late game. PZ and Leroy both with 6 HP. There's a potential here that we could see K Bunny win this round. If Pure Zun and Leroy, if they like knock each other out, depending on how the copies work, we could legitimately see a world where K Bunny wins on both boards. This could be GG right here. Let's see. It all comes down to if this Lightblade Knight can do the job. And oh, yes, it can. Look at the damage. Getting near to 20,000. 17.7k damage. Taking down the board of K Bunny. And K Bunny does take down Leroy. Leroy with 1 HP. So it looks like it might be Pure Zun and K Bunny in the end. And Pure Zun, despite the fact that he's got a major health deficit, may be the one to take it all. But Leroy is not out of this yet.
Yeah, he gets to hit another creep round, so maybe he's able to get an item to make a difference in this game. But I want to note the big difference that I'm seeing that could be a tribute to PZ's success with that Lightblade is the fact that we did mention Warriors did get a buff, and before with that reflect damage that Warriors bring out, the Lightblade just used to pretty much just kill itself with that reflect damage because of those bounces. But the fact that Warriors fallen out of the meta a little bit, maybe it really allows things like the Glacial Knight Lightblade carry to come back in. Because the Lightblade Knight, it's just so strong when you got the right items on it.
For sure. I mean, getting it to level 3 certainly helps as well. But I think you might be right, because 9 Warriors was one of these always consistent. Like, if you can, obviously it's a bit of a risk. We saw a lot of players do it off a Lost Streak and then hyper level. And then because you got to hit level 9 to get it. Like, this is sort of the only way you're going to go about it at that point. So we'll see. And we do see Evil Knight coming in here as well. Interesting decision for Leroy. Did out to level up, but really leveled to 10, but really didn't have I think a really strong piece to sort of go with it. That's an interesting decision here. So we'll see if it pays off, as we're seeing Leroy going up against Pure Zun. Didn't have the most success the last time around. And once again, this Lightblade actually did have success, I should say, because the Lightblade Knight was able to do enough damage. And once again, the 1v1 happens. The question becomes, does the Lightblade Knight have enough damage? And yes, it does. And that is going to be it. Leroy is going down in 3rd place, meaning now we are seeing a face-off for first at round 42. Pure Zun taking on K Bunny. Both have won a lot of their last rounds, but it's going to come down to who can place their units correctly, who can find the counters, who can get the items, and who can win this 1v1.
Yeah, and it looks like the key difference there that favored PZ was the item that Lightblade is carrying called the Monkey King Cane. If we take a look at the Lightblade's items, Monkey King Cane pretty much prevents the healing. So usually that Warpwood is just healing up, but that item preventing the healing from coming out for a little bit. But that item not making any difference. K Bunny just stealing it there.
He just like one-shot the carry. Oh my goodness. That was insane. That was just K Bunny just wait. I wasn't ready at all. I don't think you were ready. What just happened?
I thought we had another round or so. I didn't think that Lightblade would just go down so quickly. But K Bunny, we've seen this build work out so many times. 6 Beast Fallen Witcher, such a powerhouse in the meta, and working out wonderfully for K Bunny there, secure in the 1st place.
Yeah, look, I had the opportunity to talk to K Bunny a decent amount over this last season. One of the coolest people to sort of chat to and pick their brain. And again, one of these players that I know a lot of other folks are looking out for had a bit of a, I think a stumble in game number 1, had a great opportunity, wasn't able to make it work, too far, and obviously hit top 3, which is great. But this stabilization, this adaptation, taking a win streak, losing a bit in the mid game, but then rallying strong in the late game. I gotta give props though to Pure Zun, taking a build that I would say is not necessarily S tier and making it look stellar in the right situations. This just goes to show in auto chess, it's not all about like playing the meta composition. It's about playing the composition right, and you can make pretty much anything look good. But okay, that's game number 2 in the books. Guys, go follow us over on social media, !social in the chat. Definitely want to keep up to date with all the stuff that's going on here. things are crazy. Things are crazy and awesome, and you definitely want to stay informed on that. We're going to do a short break. I need to get some more water. These games are hype. When we come back, we're going to break down that game and get ready for game number 3.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm Inver. I'm joined by Zaf, and, well, those are 2 games. Those are definitely 2 games. Players we thought were going to step up and do great have struggled a little bit. Other players have really gone the other direction and have impressed, and that's flip-flopped in 2 games already. So I don't even know what this scoreboard's going to look like. It's going to be absolutely wild. All I know is Zaf, after 2 games, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, we saw the tables just completely turn around there. The top 4 players just ending in the bottom 4 this time. And yeah, I would imagine the points are extremely close. We'll take a look at the leaderboards in just a bit. But first, we got to take a look back at just what went down in the second game of this tournament. So here we have Monty got off to such a strong start with these early hunters. Eventually did find some dragons in there. Monty was pushing the pace early on in this game, leveling to 7 on round 12, going all the way to level 8 on 13. So Monty starting off strong. And another player that started off strong was K Bunny, finding that Warped Sage, finding that Fallen Witcher, eventually does get that 6 beast going, and very strong start for K Bunny in this game. And here we have the 2 streakers towards the beginning of this game. It was Monty versus K Bunny. But K Bunny with that Warped Sage, that Unicorn 3-star already on round 16, just having just enough healing to survive there, taking down Monty, breaking that 100% streak that he had going during this time. And here we have K Bunny having the 6 beasts officially online, going up against Leroy here with the 9 mages, but 9 mages doing just enough to break K Bunny's streak. And here we have PZ bringing out the spicy Glacial Knights. We don't get to see too often. And unfortunately for Nova, facing off against that Light Blade, just too strong there. Nova gets knocked out early. And here we have Silent versus Leroy. Silent was trying to make it work with some Insectoid build, but the mages just a little too strong for Silent there. And it would be knocking him down there. Not officially. Actually, I believe Silent may actually go out here. If this was 14 damage, looks like it was. Silent going out there. And then in our top 4 finish, it was Legato versus K Bunny. Legato was trying to hang on there with 1 HP, but these double Razor Claw Bears just pushing forward everything in his path, and Legato getting knocked out there. Then our top 3, it was Leroy versus Pure Zune competing for top 2 there, but that Light Blade carry just had so many tier 3 items on it. Key one was that Monkey King Cane preventing that healing from happening for that Warpwood, and able to take it down there, securing top 2 for PZ. And here we have final 2 situation. It was K Bunny's 6 beasts who would come out on top here. The Light Blade is nowhere to be seen. K Bunny taking our game 2.
Yeah, that Fallen Witcher carry, oh my goodness, it went off. It also had all that splash damage, was just ditching it out. And the Light Blade Knight, as much damage as it was doing in return, it just wasn't enough. Let's take a look at our updated leaderboard. I have no idea what this is going to look like. It is going to be so close. Oh my goodness, it is so close. We have, like, look at the middle of the pack right now. 8, 8, 10, 13, 13. I think the biggest surprise here is that Nova down in 8th place with only 3 points. I mean, again, a couple of strong, like, 1st or 2nd place finishes would bring them right back in it, but I am very, very surprised here. I think maybe just a little bit of bad luck going Nova's way, but no real surprise. Another one of the players everybody was looking out for, K Bunny, up towards the top. 2 top 3 finishes, and then a win in that second one. Looking absolutely stellar here, able to get those early win streaks and transition them into that late game placement, having more success that second time around. And that works out pretty well, because I actually had a chance to sit down and chat with K Bunny going into these games, getting his thoughts. Let's take a look. Hey, thank you so much for taking the time to sitting down and just sit down to talk with me. Going into the finals now. First and foremost, congratulations. You've made it. Obviously quite an accomplishment. Was there ever a point where you're like, man, I'm not sure if this is going to happen?
I mean, yeah, definitely. It was very nerve-wracking going into that last day, especially the way you guys did the tournament where I was playing last. So, I mean, it kind of helped that I knew how much points I needed to get, but puts a lot of pressure on you. And so I was just hoping to basically high roll one game, and that's pretty much what happened in that first game. Is I high rolled into a really good end game build, and that set me up and released the nerves, and then I was just happy from then on.
Yeah, obviously knowing exactly what you needed to accomplish. Again, some people find that more or less stressful, but the stress is definitely going to be on at least a little bit going into this finals now. Obviously, you're going up against a lot of really, really good competition. We've had a patch since then. What is sort of your thought process going into these finals?
Pretty much, I think like all of us in the top 8 understand is we're all really good players. We all know the game really well. It is going to be a challenge to face the high roller. None of us are going to high roll the whole entire time, but the high rollers will know what to do with the game, and they will top 3 that game every time. And so I think a lot of us are just kind of preparing around that. We've all practiced our game, and I think we're just going to focus on trying to, top 3, top 4.
Yeah, really just looking for those consistent finishes, not expecting to necessarily walk away with the win every single game. I think that's definitely going to be, because like you said, there's just so many good players here. Speaking of good players, speaking to the community, we were talking before the interview, you've got some shout outs. So I'm going to give you tons of time now. Let's give us some shout outs. Let's hear them.
All right, sounds good. So this main COVID thing happened, and a lot of us came onto Twitch as kind of like as like the army of Twitch lurkers that went on the streamers. And for me, I met a friend named Obstercop, and that's why I have played games for so long. Obstercop has been my buddy all summer long. He's kept me going. He's given me encouragement. I thank you so much for everything you've done, Obstra. You're an awesome dude, and you've kept me going, and you ride. As much as I love my ego in this game, I've kept it steady, but you keep rising my ego, and I appreciate that. And I got to give love to some players overseas. Roji and Niji of MSG, they have been around in all the American people for a long time, and we love Roji and Niji. We have the Russian players, Miss Peace, Ice Cream, and Garu. You guys are awesome. It's awesome that you guys connect with us and make a point to speak English and go with us. There's a Turkish player, Per Sigma, who's always around. He's a great guy. And just the last quick shout outs here, I want to give a shout out to Key Control, Love You Man, DD Kong, MSG Blue, Creo. Havix is actually a great streamer. I'm on the West Coast, so it's really hard for me to catch Havix, but Havix is an awesome streamer. Redux. Koga Boss is awesome. Slick, you're my boy. I love you, Slick. You have no idea how good you are. And of course, Bear Nanas. He's one of my good buddies. I love to talk to Bear Nanas. And Bear Nanas, you're way better than you know, and I'll say it live on stream. And to anyone I missed, love you guys all, and thanks so much for the community. And I appreciate everything you guys do, and I hope you guys appreciate all my efforts to make everyone better and share my thoughts and knowledge with you.
I love it. Not just here in North America, but overseas as well. Sharing that auto chess love. Thank you so much for sitting down for this interview. Best of luck in the games.
Thanks so much, man. Take care.
I will echo the sentiments that I shared in that interview. It's great to hear just the auto chess community from around the world coming together, supporting one another. You got a chance to cast the European Championships at the Mobile Open only a few short days ago. It's fantastic to see. But you know what? We could talk about this more, Zath. I know you've got plenty to say, but we'll save it for the game. I'm getting word that it's just about ready to go. So we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, match number 3. We're halfway through the day. Let's go.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T Season 6. Oh my goodness, I can't believe we're back for the finals. I'm Vera, joined by Zaf. We're getting into game number 3, and Zaf, I don't even know what to say at this point. Pretty much every single player has had at least one big pop-off moment.
Yeah, and the two games, the points are extremely close, so this is the game that's really going to dictate the momentum. This is game 3. There's only going to be 2 more after this one, so these players, if they want to end off, if they want to potentially win this tournament, this is the game to do it. So any of the players in the middle of the pack, even people in the lower of the pack, if you're going to make a run all the way back to first, like example, if Nova's going to try to contend for a top 3 finish this tournament, he's got to turn up and get things going in this game.
I think, yeah, back-to-back wins would sort of need to be the play at this point, because you've got opponents with 16 points. If you've only got 3, if you're Nova's shoes, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's definitely a challenge here. And K-Bunny up there at the top, that player with 16 points, I could talk about a first and a third place finish. Ooh. Ooh. All right. This is going to get interesting, because you talked about this middle of the pack. There are 6 players between 8 and 13 points. Only 5 separating them, or 7 and 13. I think it's 6 points difference overall. That is so close for so many of these players. Any one of them, 2 top 2 finishes in the next 2 games, and this whole tournament is wide open.
Yeah, and something I find really impressive about K-Bunny is not only the placements that he's ended off on, but both games he actually went on like a 15 win streak. So not sure if it's just something he's doing in the early game that's really allowing him to go on these strong win streaks. But wow, K-Bunny did come to play today, seeing if he can continue that same powerful early game momentum into game 3.
And that's why I want to watch him. This was not an accident. I want to see what he does in these early games that cause him to have so much success. He's selling, he's leveling, he's getting an early level 4. One of only 2 players to be doing so. Has the early hunter, has the cave clan going in. So he is going to be very, very strong to start this off. We see an early Avenge Knight, though, coming out for Silence. So obviously the Avenge Knight, if you can keep it alive, if you can start to get it stacked early on, it can become nigh unstoppable in the late game.
Yeah, and I believe that's the first time we actually see the Avenge Knight on stream here, because it's a brand new unit, so it just got added to the game this season. So let's see if Silent actually manages to hit that Avenge Knight upgrade and he builds around it. That'd be pretty sweet to see the new unit in action.
Yeah, and a lot of players already continuing to push here towards level 5. Devless and K-Bunny, let's see what they're doing. Very different builds. One going into the Hunter with the double Dwarf Sniper. The other one building Warrior Cave Clan here. Both are very, very strong early game builds. I'm excited to see when these 2 players eventually do clash, which one is going to come out on top. PZ playing with some Lightblade Knights again here. An early Maelstrom as well on this carry piece. So maybe going to be seeing another repeat if Glacier Knights go the way 2 games in a row. Had a lot of success and is actually going to be able to win early here, and even has this early Soul Reaper as well. So Pure Zone having a lot of success early. We're seeing a bit of a stumble for K-Bunny, and I'm surprised.
Yeah, we saw it worked out so well for PZ, securing a top 2 there off of that Lightblade carry. So maybe he just realized that no one's really considering Knights in their composition. So maybe he just sees it as a free lane. No one's picking up Lightblade Knights. Maybe he's going to try to do the exact same strategy. Can't really fault him, seeing how successful it worked for him in that second game.
Yeah, I mean, already has 3 out of the 4 of the Knights. One, I mean, didn't even play around at all with the Avenge Knight. I think is sort of leaving that option open. Because, of course, if it can stay alive and start to stack up, it just gives you some options. And, obviously you can put a bunch of items on it as well, but it's going to offer, decent damage on its own, even if you don't necessarily stack it up all that much. And, hey, we're going to start to see that happening right here, continuing on. So definitely be keeping an eye on that, having multiple sources of damage with the Lightblade Knight as well. Not putting all of your eggs in one basket. Certainly a strategy I can get behind.
Yeah, and that's something that's going to be different this time around if PZ does continue on this Knight path. He did not have Avenge Knight in his build last game. So maybe with the new unit Avenge Knight, maybe things are a little different. Maybe that additional carry potential coming out of this unit would really help him out.
Yeah, and also maybe playing around with some of these druids as well. Obviously going to be offering decent sort of early game synergies here as well. Lots of options coming in. I mean, PZ just leaving all the options open. He obviously can sell all this and go in whatever direction the wind takes him here. So definitely be keeping an eye on that. Just getting this really early Soul Reaper, I think, was also sort of nice just to offer a little bit of additional sustainability with the Heartstopper Pulse. In these early engagements, I think going a long way. Going up against Silent, though, one of these players who is dabbling in the Cave Clan realm with the Hunters, but yeah, no, not going to be happening this not going to be happening this time. Like I said before, having that additional HP makes a big difference. And hey, keeping this Avenged Knight alive. If you can get it early, I'm just saying.
Yeah, already 20 stacks on that Avenge Knight. So yeah, the earlier you get it, the better. So let's see. I want to say since he does have the Avenge Knight early, you might as well build around it. But I don't know. He does have the druids in there. Oh, no, he is selling the Hunters, so yeah, maybe he just wants to keep the Glacial Knight strategy open.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding on to it here. I think he's just putting in the Unicorn and the Whisper Seer early just because they're early 2-stars. They're going to offer a decent little bit of utility. But I think this time going up against Devlis, who is the player who is the other 100% win streaker with these Hunters and this level 2 Dwarf Sniper with the Frantic Mask. Yeah, that's going to be the end of the streak here for PZ. Devlis is going to be the one to come out on top. Our lone Canadian stepping up here with this Feathered Hunter is going to be the play, keeping that win streak alive. More options, though, for this Glacial play, and I think this is going to be it once again. Doesn't look like anybody else is really going to contest this build here. I don't see anybody else even considering it on the board. So we'll definitely see. I'm going to look towards the bottom, though. Monty doing what Monty does, going for a loss streak. But let's look at what Legato's up to here. A 4-loss streak here as well. But interesting. Still does have pieces on the board. Still does have 4 warriors. So maybe going to look to try and end that here. I think it really comes down to how much damage this Water Spirit can do.
Yeah, it looks like Legato is going to be setting up that same 4 Divinity Water Spirit build that he brought out before. I believe he did it with 4 Cave Clan, so maybe that's what he's looking towards again. He already has 2 in there. He has the Wizards available, so if he finds another Cave Clan unit, he'll automatically have 4 Cave Clan, which would be pretty strong early to mid game until he does find that Water Spirit carry to dish out that damage for him.
Yeah, I think we'll glean a lot of insight here about sort of how he plays around with these pieces in his shop, what he opts to buy and not. He's sitting at 20, so wants to obviously keep that as much as he can. Try and keep that interest growing. That is actually the highest gold we see in the game, 21 from Leroy. The Lost Streaker is not actually building up a ton of gold here. I actually want to see what Monty's getting up to. What does this bench look like? As we're starting to see some pieces being thrown in here now, of course, wanting to have all the options on this creep round. But an assortment of things here on the bench.
Yeah, really interesting to see because Monty was the only player in this lobby to open fort. Normally when you're open 40, you want to find yourself around 40 to 50 gold round 10.
Yeah.
But it really looks like Monty committed some gold into rolling, did find himself a Water Spirit 2-star. So maybe he just wanted to have some options available to him instead of committing all of it to economy. He wants to just have some kind of build more work towards. So it looks like he has some assassins, has the wizards on his bench. So I think he's going to try to go for that open fort into 9 assassins that we've seen be so successful in the past.
Yeah, and you can tell he's keeping an eye on what the rest of the lobby is doing, realizing he doesn't have to like full open fort, just throw the 1 priestess in there. He can actually field some units and try and take down a couple of his opponents. He's still going to lose, which is ideal, which is what he's going for. He still wants to maintain the loss streak, but he is able to negate the damage somewhat by killing a few of these opponents' pieces, so he's not taking quite so much damage. But yeah, like you said before, not building up that econ. We've seen multiple players hitting 50 gold at round 12. I'm not going to be seeing that here from any of these players. 32 being the highest here for Monty, who has been not going for this massive economy, still sort of touting that middle ground. So we're keeping an eye on this as it develops. Also want to take a look, PZ's there in the middle, at what Nova's doing. Let's take a look at what Nova's doing. Nova, again, the player that we had really high expectations for, super veteran player, has had a rough opening couple of games, but again, is not out of this yet. Is going to be going for this Cave Clan Hunter build. This, to me, is like a quintessential early game build.
Yeah, you have the Aegrises in there, you have the 4 Cave Clan in there, very strong early to mid game here, and the key thing is he has the Dragon Knight on the bench, so we know Nova does like his 5 Dragon build, so maybe this is something he's going to try to transition towards. He went for the 5 Dragons last game, but out of a loss streak, maybe just didn't have enough time to really get his build online. So maybe potentially from ahead, a little bit healthier, he can actually get this 5 Dragon build online and have a more successful game.
Yeah, definitely be keeping an eye on that here from Nova. I feel like this composition is going to offer him a lot, like you said, into the mid game. Lots of options. And again, we've seen Cave Clan now because of the recent changes in the buffs towards that higher level synergy. You can play it more successfully into the late game. So definitely keeping an eye on that. We're talking about Nova. PZ on this loss streak. Silent and Monty following suit. But Devless up here at the top on this win streak, running a kind of similar build. Is playing with these hunters. No Cave Clan, but going 6 hunters early. Wow, this is a very early commitment to this, and it's going to do a lot of damage. Question is he going to have a tanky enough front line to keep those squishy backliners alive to do the damage?
Yeah, we've seen this story before. People bring out the early 600, just go on this very strong streak. I believe Monty did it last game, was win streaking so hard. But if you don't transition out of these 600s come late game, a lot of the other builds are just going to start dishing out so much damage to you, and it can get scary. You may find yourself in the bottom half, but I trust in Devless. I'm sure he'll figure it out, and we'll have to keep an eye on what he wants to transition out of.
Yeah, we'll certainly be keeping an eye on this. A lot of players still knowing that they're not going to be winning a lot here. Multiple priests still coming in. Legato with this divinity build with the water spirit, but only level 1. Let's check in with Legato here, because none on the bench either. Oh, this isn't necessarily ideal here. Wants to play around with this divinity, but is missing a really core component of that.
Yeah, the best thing Legato does have going for him is the fact he has 4 divinity cooldown online. The worst thing is he's missing so many upgrades. Everything is a 1-star. So he has the right synergies online. He's just missing a little bit of health from upgrading those units. He's missing the damage from the 2-star water spirit. So once he's able to get it, things can turn around for Legato. But right now, he's just on a loss streak.
Yeah, a bit of a rough situation there. But Monty was able to sort of get some of those core components in. There's the level 2 Abyssal Crawler. We'll see if we see some items coming out there. Yep, there's the Frantic Mask. It does have the Wizards, which means we are seeing this Assassin buff really starting to come online. Has the level 2 Water Spirit, has the level 2 Abyssal Crawler, and does have this Warpwood Sage. So is starting to find those key components, and is, of course, keeping these to hopefully be able to get that Warpwood Sage up to level 3. That's the big thing here. If you get your Warpwood Sage up to level 3, and you can get your Abyssal Crawler up to level 3, those are the recipes for success. Or I guess you could say those are your key ingredients to a victory here with this build. Out of a loss streak, we've seen it before, and Zap, it's had great success.
Yeah, and I think things are looking really good for Monty right now. Out of an open fort, sitting at 51 health, that's actually relatively healthy. And already 9 assassins. Normally you find yourself closer to 40, 30 HP before you really try to get these 9 sins online. But yeah, getting some lucky rolls, finding all the wizards that he needs. And yeah, I want to say that things can really turn around for Monty here. He has the Abyssal 2-star. The 9 sins are officially online. And I don't think any of these builds, maybe we'll have to see how Monty fares against Devless right now, but definitely a lot of potential going forward into this game.
Yeah, and he's finding all of these water spirits. If you're Legato, you're looking at this, you got to be just scratching your head going, where are mine? Where are my water spirits? There, I found one more. Well, one more. Look at these items. He's stacking it regardless, but Monty is getting these key units. 2-star water spirits. Did find the 2-star Warpwood Sage. Things are starting to go right for Monty this time around. Monty, of course, who has competed on the biggest stages of auto chess. Monty knows what they're about. And the comeback train, I think, is very real. We're going to see that loss streak turn into a win streak real quick.
Yeah, and what's interesting is in an assassin build, you don't necessarily see a 3-star water spirit come out. That's more in those divinity builds. But hey, it looks like he's just high rolling that water spirit. Legato's not seen any. Monty's seen them all. Already so close to a 3-star water spirit this game.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. And Devlis is still up there at the top with these hunters. But let's spread the love around a little bit here. Who haven't we? We haven't checked out Silence board in a while. Let's see what Silence up to.
Oh, and it looks like he's going for the Feathered Assassins. Has the 2-star Shadow Crawler, 2-star Abyssal Crawler. Looks like the Abyssal Crawler's carrying most of the items here. Gets a 3-star Warped Stage here. So yeah, 6 Feathers online. Let's see how he fares up against Devlis. Oh, but this is actually an unfortunate matchup. If Devlis still has those 6 hunters, 600 prevents that evasion from happening. So kind of a clear counter to Feathered.
Not ideal there. I mean, yeah, that's just an unfortunate timing. Silent, again, very much sort of in the middle of the pack right now. Devlis is still on that 100% HP. Still has that win streak going up to 12. We've seen K-Bunny consistently hit 15 plus. We're seeing the roll down coming through. Going to try and get some of these units leveled up here for Silent. The economy is pretty much in shambles. Legato down to only 3. Taking a look at the levels as well. 7 across the board, except for Devlis, who's pushed all the way to up to 8, rather. For a second, I was looking at that. I was like, wait a second, he can't be level 9. Pushed up all the way to level 8. But the economy for a lot of these players, they're spending, they're rolling. Monty, really one of the only ones who is able to really transition well off of that loss streak and still maintain an economy.
Yeah, everyone's pushing, and we did see Monty push to level 8 early last game with the same hunters, but ended up coming short. So I really am curious to see what Devlis makes out of this win streak. Maybe he has a different plan, but a player I do want to go jump over to is Pure Zone. It looks like he's actually committing to another Knight build.
Hey, I love it. Look, I'm a fan of Glacial Knights. I am a fan of Glacial Knights. And we have 100 stacks on the strike back. Hang on, we're not just seeing, wait, we're not even seeing a Lightblade Knight at all. He totally scrapped it. He's full committing to the Avenge Knight. Okay, yeah, I see you, PZ. I know what you're about. Let's go. That's nuts.
Working towards that Avenge Knight 3-star as well.
That I mean, look, at that point, if you're going to commit, you commit. I am all about it. Let's see. Let's keep an eye on the damage here on the right side. Not stacking up quite as quick as that Lightblade Knight was. And, of course, the second we go to the board, I got to jinx it. A little unfortunate there. It does only have the 3 knights, though. So it doesn't even have that second tier of that knight synergy with the MR and the armor. So definitely going to be impactful not having that armor going up against the hunters. And, I mean, you're going up against one of the toughest opponents in the lobby in that round. So still kind of to be expected, but I would love to see a push here from PZ to level 8 soon to try and get up, with those 4 knights.
Yeah, he does have the Argali Knight on the bench, so it's just a matter of getting to level 8, and he will have pretty much full build here. 4 Knight, 4 Glacial with the Aegis buff with that Soul Reaper. So yeah, 9 and 10 aren't usually needed too much for Knights. Those are more just flex units depending on what you need. So PZ is looking really good right now. Relatively healthy, sitting at 61 HP. And that Avenge Knight is only getting stronger.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it is going to continue to stack and stack and stack. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on this. Having that bonus lifesteal just makes such a difference for sustainability, especially when you combo it with the Knight's buff, which makes you even more sustainable. But once again, Zath, I have to just sort of draw our attention to just the general state of the game. Look at how close. If we want to take, hey, there's the level 2 and the level, there we go. That's huge. Go to level 8, PZ. Here's the build online. We talked about it. He gets both of these additional pieces up there. So that's absolutely fantastic. Getting those 2-star knights in. This is going to be a huge power spike for Pure Zone. But just look at the general HB as a whole. You know, a lot of players really, really close. All, 32 to 54 being sort of the spread. And going up against Legato, this will be the real test here for how strong this build has gotten. And the Knights, yeah, they're holding on. They've got the sustain ability. The Argali Knights only going to continue to extend that. And despite the carry from this Water Spirit, it is not going to be enough.
Yeah, Knights looking very strong right now. Time and time again, PZ just making it work. Oh my god, but this time with the Avenge Knight finding another one, so only 3 away from a 3-star Avenge Knight. If we get to see this unit all the way to 3-star, that is going to be so hype. That's going to be the first time we get to see it on cast, and if it carries PZ to a top 2 once again, oh my god, PZ just came with the secret strats today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a secret strat, but it's also like the OG. I mean, I feel like this is the strat the bots always go. You know what I mean? Like, we're playing, so we're doing some test lobbies before our broadcast. We're doing our rehearsal. I swear I see a Glacial Knight in every single one. The computer knows what's up. As we're going to see the damage start to need to stack up here, though, from this Avenge Knight. Yeah, and we do see it now, just continuing to go on in. Look at it, just surviving, sustaining, despite all the summons coming out. We'll see if the summons can overwhelm here. And they just got to connect, though, and the summons are actually going to be enough. And Silent is actually going to be able to take down Pure Zone here. Ugh, not ideal, just not quite enough damage yet coming out. No tier 3 items. I think that's the big difference maker.
Yeah, and Silent looking pretty strong himself with those Feathered Assassins. But a player I do want to jump over with is Nova. We haven't really talked about him too much this game. And it looks like he's going for a pretty strong build called, I believe this is the 6 Cave Clan 4 Glacial build. He just has 4 Cave, 4 Glacial as of yet, but his build does require to reach level 10 in order to be fully online. So can be a bit risky at times, but I know in the EU finals, this build actually took a victory in one of the games. This is actually one of the builds Bananamer brought out. So if Nova can survive all the way to level 10, get it fully online, it can look really good. The only issue is Nova's running out of time, running out of gold, only sitting at 22 in the economy right now. So level 9's not looking like he's hitting it anytime soon.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but at the same time, Leroy down there with only 5 HP on a loss streak. K-Bunny down there with only 20 HP on a loss streak. So, Legato, 22, there are players beneath him. Like, there's not quite as much pressure. And K-Bunny, who's had these amazing, solid opening early games. I actually want to jump on board with K-Bunny because I'm curious to see how different this game looks when the early game doesn't go his way. It's easy, it's just a silly statement to say, but it's easy to win when you're ahead. But it's harder to make a comeback. So let's see if he's going to be able to pull it off here. K-Bunny, who is currently our lobby leader, going to try and carry with this Fallen Witcher. Not going to be able to do it this time. And dropping Leroy is going to be the first one out in 8th place. And quite a few players very close behind. Legato and K-Bunny with 12 HP apiece. And Nova sitting at 19, just barely ahead. Monty, though, coming out of that loss streak, finding this insane build with the Assassins has been looking so good, but I want to see what Legato is up here. Does have this Divinity Water Spirit, was finally able to find the 2-star Water Spirit, but that's it. That's it. No more. No looking to go to level 3. Just the 2-star.
Yeah, he's so far off from the 3-star. It looks like Monty did manage to 3-star his own Water Spirit, so it's highly unlikely Legato would get to 3-star his. He's going for the same build that he went in a prior game, that Cave Clan Divinity. So I haven't seen it too often. We did hear about it from a community member in the chat, Deep Blue, and I just don't know how strong it is. I don't believe it fared too well in the previous game. It could really rely on hitting that 3-star Water Spirit. But with the 2-star, I'm not sure if Legato can hold on, especially if he goes up against some of the Assassins. Divinity already has a tough time against Assassins in general. So if he goes up against Silent or Monty here, it could be lights out for Legato.
Yeah, and keep in mind, of course, you only really get that buff if you go all the way to 6. So, I mean, this would be when you'd be feeling good because you're missing a lot of HP here, but, you know, you're not going all the way to 6K plan. So you're not having that additional health, and I think that's going to make a difference because I think that's going to be pretty much all she wrote here as the rest of his pieces are just falling apart. It all comes down to how much damage this Water Spirit can do, and is it going to be enough going up against the Berserker carry? This Berserker is just way too strong. Even with not even that many items, the fervor stack starts to go, and you just get absolutely massive. That's not ideal. Still in it, but it's close. K-Bunny, though, does go out. That's absolutely huge, and I need to jump back on board with Nova now because, you know, we had a couple of questions about where this build needed to go, and he hasn't hit level 10 yet. Still only level 9, so not quite getting this full build. Is actually flexing a little bit with this Dark Spirit here, maybe realizing that, you know, you can't wait. With only 4 gold left in the pocket, hitting level 10 is just not a possibility. So instead, opting to sort of flex this a little bit and play around the Warlock Shaman just a touch.
Yeah, he's just playing survival at this point. He's not making it to 10 anytime soon. Dark Spirit is an absolute phenomenal unit. Does give his units a bit more lifesteal with that Warlock buff. And yeah, it looks like it's enough to knock down Devless a tad here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the win streak now starting to come out. So a breath of life here in this game as Legato is defeated. So Nova holding on by the skin of his teeth, needs to have a really strong performance in this game to make up for the little unfortunate start, the lackluster opening in games 1 and 2. Silent still beneath him though, but Monty on a 7-win streak now. Really, I think the one that everybody in this lobby is looking out for. Devless was on 100 HP for so long, has lost 20 in the last few remaining rounds. Still looking pretty good though. And Pure Zone, of course, in there as well with those Glacial Knights. Really, it comes down to Silent down here at the bottom with this Feathered Assassin. Does have, you know, level 3 Warpwood Sage, just had the level 3 Whisper Seer, but it comes down to how much damage these carries can do, and this Shadow Crawler is stacked.
Even with the stacked Shadow Crawler, Monty's 9 assassins just dishing out way too many crits, knocking Silent out in one round there.
It's not even just the crits. It's not even just the crits. We gotta look at the levels. Got a level 3 Abyssal Crawler. We got a level 3 Soul Breaker. We got a level 3 Water Spirit. We got a level 3 Warpwood Sage. I mean, Monty has been just, everything has been going right for him in this game. Finding the pieces that he needs, having the synergy, got it early. I mean, I'm just so impressed by how Monty was able to play what really felt like his game.
Yeah, this is just a perfect example when you amass such a strong economy from that open fort, and then you actually find the units that you need. Normally, you just waste a lot of gold rolling and rolling, trying to dig for the units you need. But in Monty's case, he actually was able to utilize all that gold for upgrades. So many 3-star assassins, just so powerful. Have the health to just maintain alive, and just, I don't even know what is stopping Monty right now. These assassins are looking insane.
I think it's really going to come down to if the board from Pure Zone can sustain enough, and how much damage that Avenged Knight is going to be able to do, if they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the crits from the assassin. Nova was able to make top 4. I don't really think there's a world where he hopes that Devless drops 53 HP before he drops 8. It again was not able to full commit to level 10 in order to get, you know, the full Cave Clan build online. I think at this point sort of threw that dream aside, is instead playing around this Dark Spirit, which I don't think is a bad call at all. So I think it really comes down to what items he's going to be able to put on his carries here. I'm looking towards, I mean, he's sort of spread out his items a little bit here. Yeah, it comes down to the damage the Dark Spirit's going to be able to do, and this Berserker.
Yeah, he is missing the Sacred Lancer, which you do want to have in this build. You normally switch out the Fortune Teller for that Sacred Lancer. The Sacred Lancer and Storm Shaman being a legendary unit that you need to have in this build can be extremely hard to hit at times, especially when you don't have too much time remaining. And Nova going up against Monty here. Monty's looking so strong. This could be the end for Nova.
Yeah, this very well could. The back line for Monty is falling away, but the whole line for Nova is just getting torn to shreds. Not quite enough damage, though. 2 HP in a dream. As we're seeing Devlis falling down, but like I said, Devlis just had too much of a cushion. There was no way. I mean, Purzon and Monty have been in 40 and 45 HP respectively for the last 10 rounds. It hasn't moved. Yeah, I think this is really going to come down to these two players here right in the middle now, battling it out for this first place spot. We're only around 32, but I think Nova is not long for this world. Finally hits level 10, but at this point had to sell and move around and hitting 6 on either. I mean, if somehow you can put out a 6 Cave Clan now when you are missing 98 HP, could be kind of cool, but I just don't think viable at this stage in the game. Is facing up against Devlis, and I think this is nice because this would have shown him if his build would have actually beat Devlis's in the end, and the answer is yes, it would have. So I think it really just came down to the work that Devlis put in early on to maintain that HP advantage. You know, Nova knows he would have won if it had come down to this battle here, but in the end, Nova, I think, is definitely going to go out sooner. Monty finally did lose, though, up against PZ. We got our answer. Oh, now I wish I'd been watching that board. Darn it.
Wow, so PZ and the Knights actually took down the 9 Assassins. Look at that. Avenged Knight sitting at 260 stacks right now with an Axe of Fury as well. This could just be looking extremely good for Purzon.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see I don't think he's going to get Knights uncontested a 3rd game in a row next time. This is going to be the end for Nova here, as Monty is going to do the work. And I think, again, I hold true to my prediction that it's going to come down to Purzon and Monty as our final 2 players, as Purzon's on the 6-win streak. Devlis is on the loss streak. But let's jump on board with Devlis. Let's see what exactly is happening here and maybe what adjustments that he can make to try and stop this loss streak in its tracks.
Yeah, so Devlis did end up committing to that 600 build. We've seen it time and time again. It gets off to such a strong start in the early to mid game and just tends to fall off so hard in the late game. He's on a 6 loss streak right now. I really like the Devastator coming out here. Devastator's so good against these squishy assassins, but assassins in general can really do work against hunters. They just jump right in the back line, crit the hunters away. Devlis taking a huge shot there.
Yeah, not able to get that Abyssal Gaze off from the Siren. That's huge. That's the big piece of CC that you'd really like to have. We do see the level 3 Agarsis Ranger coming in. So, hey, a little thing here, but just not nearly enough. I mean, I'm trying to look where are the carry items really going here. I mean, where are the carry items
Looks
going
like he
here?
put them on the Agarsis Ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah, he switched them all from the Sniper over to the Agarsis Ranger, since the 3-star should be a little bit stronger than that 2-star Dwarf Sniper.
We'll see if it's going to be enough here, because PZ actually did end up losing to Monty as well through all this. So these two have traded back and forth, and they're now tied in terms of 30 HP. Oh my goodness. I knew this was going to be an epic brawl at the end. We're definitely going to see some highlight-worthy moments as these two players at the end fight out amongst themselves. The question is how long can Devlis hold on here, because he hasn't taken a win in a very long time.
Yeah, Devlis does opt out to go to level 10. Throws in a 2-star PCAP. I'm curious, he may have just had it from before. I think a really good unit that he can use, especially against Purzon's board, is a Dark Spirit. Not only would it give his team more lifesteal with the Warlock buff, but that pure damage from the Dark Spirit would do wonders against those tanky Knights.
Yeah, he's using one of his sort of throwaway units here to try and bait out to keep... Okay, never mind. Okay, you can't keep anything alive up against these assassins. They just blow everything up. This is insane. This build, I mean, both of these builds are all about dishing damage quickly, but one dishes damage so much faster, and it's the crits from these assassins. That crit percentage and damage is just absolutely huge. I mean, now throwing in the Dark Spirit over the Devastator, I think thinking he's going to be going up this time like around up against PZ and the Knight. So looking for that percentage HP based damage. I like that thought process there versus the Devastator, which is more flat burst damage up against the Assassins. So a good thought process here. The correct thought process from Devlis. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, and that is a 3-star Avenged Knight coming out for Purzon. He actually did it.
Okay. Sorry to cut you off, Zath, but wow, that's a big Avenge Knight. Oh my goodness. Well, and that's Devilish done. And that's Pure Zun looking in a prime position to win this game.
Wow, and I just noticed Pearson really bringing out such a strong build. He doesn't decide to go for the 6 Knights, instead opting to go for more lifesteal with 4 Warlocks. So 4 Knights, 4 Glacial, 4 Warlock. Such a powerful build, and really relying on this 3-star Avenge Knight now with 320 stacks to really close out this game for him.
Yeah, and my question became, is the Avenge Knight going to be able to out DPS all of these 3-star assassins? I wasn't sure before, but now looking at not just how much damage it is, but how tanky it is, I have no doubt in my mind it is only going to be a matter of time. Again, props to Deep Blue, sending us some stuff before these matches. If you can, and this is something you and I have been talking about separately, if you can get that Avenge Knight early, I think we saw it in round 4, round 5. Maybe not that quick, maybe 5 or 6. Before round 10, this Avenge Knight was in the back pocket of PZ. And being able to carry it through like 35 rounds, probably.
Yeah, I remember he had an early Lightblade Knight and an Avenge Knight, and then we saw him sell the Lightblade Knights, just commit to keeping this Avenge Knight as his carry, and it's just, paying dividends right now in this late game. And if Monty's not beating the Avenge Knight at this point in the game, it could be looking rough for him because that Avenge Knight's just getting stronger. But it looks like Monty actually makes some adjustments, throwing in 4 Spirits. Avenge Knight is a melee unit, so 4 Spirits can really hold it back, but not doing enough there.
Yeah, and this is we saw this counter being brought out as a counter to the Insectoids earlier on in the playoffs. Just a fast swap to bring in the Spirits. Spirits did receive a very slight nerf, so that may have an impact here, but here's the thing, though. You're right, though. While that is a great adjustment, and I'm all about it, you hit the nail on the head. We're now at 400 strike back damage. This Avenge Knight, every single round that you don't kill it, it just becomes a bigger and bigger threat. We also still have the Venomancer in here to continue to do damage. Like, this is just, again, you're slipping and sliding. You're trying to find a purchase on this icy slope. But if you're Monty, I think you can just see this win slipping away. And Pure Zun with a series of back-to-back, couple of great games. Keep in mind, PZ didn't make it to our finals last season. Barely, just barely not making it to our finals this time. I think we're looking for a bit of redemption here, not just making it to our finals, but looking to line up to win the whole thing.
And I'm really curious to know if PZ had this strategy planned before going into the final games today. Was this a strategy he knew was one of the top builds in the meta? Or was this just something that he was comfortable with, knew it was going uncontested, and just decided to bring it out? That would be something I would love to ask him.
For sure. And my gut is that it's probably more towards the second option there. I think it's probably more to do with the fact that he knows this isn't necessarily an quote-unquote S-tier build, that other people aren't necessarily going to be contesting it as much. Ooh, just barely staying alive there. Hang on a second. 9 HP. Monty isn't necessarily out of this yet, though. So, All right. All right, I see you. I see you.
I don't know. That Avenge Knight just dished out 15,000 damage. I'm checking out the items on the Avenge Knight, and that is just such a scary carry right now. We could take a look at Monty's items to see what he's dealing with, but I'm just not sure how he gets over this Avenge Knight.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough, especially, I was just saying, it all comes down to the petrify damage, how much they can do to it while it is petrified, but that strike back damage is banging. Hang on, though, able to chain off a couple of it. The Spirit is going to work. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Uh-oh.
All right, this game is not over yet. Monty holding on there. The 4 Spirits actually doing a lot of work there. It looks like that Avenge Knight did not get to do any damage. It was just perma stun there in that fight.
And that's what you need. We're down now to 11 to 5 HP. Hang on a second. Monty maybe mounting the epic comeback here right at the end. A great adjustment. Let's take a look at Monty's board. Did end up going for this 4 Spirits. Still does have the Assassins. Doesn't have the full 9 Assassin buff like he used to, but he's spreading out sort of the damage a little bit here between some of these key carries. And we need to see those procs come through. Can the Avenge Knight go off? That's the big question. We're seeing it start to go to town. The stuns are coming in, but more units have been killed here. The Avenged Knight is still up, but there's the Petrify once again, and I think that's going to be enough damage. That's it! No way! I cannot believe it. The epic comeback there at the end as we see it. Oh my goodness. I thought Pearson had that in the bag.
Yeah, it was looking really good for Pearson with that 3-star Avenged Knight. So many stacks, one of the strongest carries I've ever seen. But Monty with the 5-head plays, throwing in the 4 spirits to counter the melee unit that is Avenged Knight, and really working out so well, stunning out that Avenged Knight, and the Assassins doing the rest of the work, cleaning it up, securing the first place for Monty.
I mean, that shows why a lot of folks like those ranged carries, because they aren't going to get countered by that spirit. We've seen it before. That's the counter to the Venom, the counter to the Insectoid. Now, that beautiful play. I think, like us, there was a time when it's like, I think I see the direction this game is going. I think I know that I'm going to be facing up against a fully stacked Avenged Knight. I think I need to start collecting these spirits, and it paid off big time, leveraging around that water spirit, being able to make that transition out of the 9 sins. Beautiful play there at the end, but props to both of those players. That was a stellar finish in game number 3. But that means we still have 2 more matches left in store for all of you fine folks at home. So we're going to head to a short break. Before we do, of course, I need to remind you, !social. Do that. Type it in the chat right now. If you do, you'll get links to our social media over on Twitter and Instagram. Be sure to follow there for lots of cool behind-the-scenes content and info about what's coming down the track in the future. 2021 gonna be exciting. That's all I can say. You want to know? You want to know what's going on? I'm just saying. In any case, we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down that game and get ready for our final 2 matches of the day. Who's going to be the winner? You'll have to stick around and find out.
Is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm in Verum, and oh boy, what a series of games today we have. This has been a pleasure to cast. These have been a pleasure to watch. As a fan of auto chess, we have seen some absolute bangers, and the night is not done yet. And of course, none of this would be possible without the support of the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T. They've been with us all the way back since Season 1, helping to grow the grassroots of mobile esports season over season. And now, 6 seasons later, it's a lot of seasons. I'm going to keep saying it. We have seen so many players competing here in the Mobile Open. It has been an absolute pleasure to be a part of. So thank you so much to AT&T for helping to make this a reality. Zath, welcome back to the show, though, because we're on a schedule here. We got some games to see, and I don't know about you, man, but wow, that last match was absolutely wild.
Yeah, props Monty, all the way from an open 4 into 9, Assassins securing the victory. But let's go ahead, get right into it. Let's take a look back at what went down this game. So Devlis started off super strong in this lobby, starting off with some hunters, does eventually hit the 600 and goes on such a powerful win streak. Does eventually decide to keep the 600s on board and tends to fall a little bit in the end game, but very strong start for Devlis. And here we have Monty, who was able to hit the 9 assassin synergy by round 17, not wasting too much health, and things started turning around for Monty once the 9 assassins were online. And here we have Leroy, just unfortunate game for him, just couldn't get the right things together, couldn't find the right pieces, and here he goes going down to Devlis, who was just looking so dominant during this part of the game. Now Monty, he was just high rolling all the assassins this game, 3-star Soulbreaker, 3-star Water Spirit, eventually he finds the 3-star Abyssal Crawler, but man, those assassins doing work knocking out Legato there. And here we have Pure Zune blessing us with some of that Avenged Knight gameplay. And man, it was looking so good for Pure Zune at a point here, even taking down Monty at one point. And Nova, looking much better this game, did go down to 2 HP, trying to make it work with his Cave Glacial build, but Monty's Assassin's just a little too strong, knocking out Nova there. And here it is, PZ with that 3-star Avenged Knight. It just kept getting so strong, and Devlis Hunters just could not do enough to get it over. And now at last 2 situation, Monty versus Pure Zune. It was looking so good for Pure Zune until Monty added in the 4 spirits. The Avenged Knight just stays stunned, couldn't do any damage while the assassins just clean it up.
I mean, talk about adaptation. That's really, we talk about it time and again. That's the hallmark of a really top tier player, is their ability to adjust on the fly, their ability to deal not only with what, RNG is giving them, but what their opponents are doing. We knew for a while that it was likely going to be those last 2 duking it out. Nova was sort of petering away. I can't remember who the other player was whose health total, I think it was Devlis, who was just like dropping off a cliff in terms of HP. So we knew it was going to be Monty and PZ at the end. They're sort of battling it out, and seeing the way that Avenged Knight was going, really only one answer presented itself, and it was found there in the end. But again, we're nowhere near over. As we take a look at our leaderboard, as we see how all things are stacking up, this is still very much anyone's game. I look at anybody in the top 4, maybe even include Devlis in this. There's only 4 points separating first and fourth as we go into these last 2 games. Oh my goodness, I thought it was going to be close. I didn't expect it to be this close.
Yeah, and I believe Pure Zune was one of the few that barely squeezed in there in the playoffs, and look at him, looking so strong in first place right now.
I mean, this is actually like not something I'm super surprised by, because I actually got a chance to sit down and chat with him and talk about him coming back to the game and learning, and sort of refreshing it and welcoming back to the community, and how excited he was to be playing auto chess again. So this makes perfect sense to me. I talked about this interview. I'm just going to show you this interview. Let's take a look at it and hear a little bit more from PZ himself. Hey, PZ, thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me. First and foremost, congratulations. You made it to the finals here in Season 6. Definitely a hard-fought journey. This was a stacked group of competitors. What was going through your mind when you realized that you'd qualified for the finals?
I'm not gonna lie, I was super surprised. I stopped playing the game for a little bit just because I had a lot of personal things I had to do, so I definitely wasn't practicing too much. So I'd say luck was definitely on my side, but I was able to pull it off those last couple of games, and I was really proud of myself. So.
For good reason. You went on an absolute tear there at the end, pulling off some really crazy games. Again, up against some really tough competitors too. Obviously, you know, we've got a patch since the playoffs, now going into the finals. Are you practicing a decent amount? What's sort of your thought process going into these last few games?
Yeah, so the last few games, it's kind of stuck with what I know. Even though I didn't understand the meta too well. I don't know if you watched the last two games. I think I ran assassins, which I think they got maybe like a slight buff, but definitely wasn't one of the best builds. And it just paid off for me just because of how well I knew how to play them. And the past 2 weeks, the 2 weeks after that, I've been practicing a lot. Actually, I've been playing the game a lot again, and I gotta say the game has improved a lot. I gotta say that the balance now is a lot. It might be one of the best balances or most balanced meta we've ever been in. So I've been practicing a lot, got to top 100, and I think I feel a lot more confident now coming into finals.
Wow, I mean, yeah, getting to that, you know, place on the leaderboard is one thing, but again, you know, being able to put in those games consistently has got to be feeling really good. And like I said, you're definitely a familiar face here on the mobile. We're sad that you were unable to join us on the desk this time, but we'll definitely be rooting for you here. Any final shout outs before I say goodbye?
I mean, just to the community. I mean, I came back to the game, and you know, everyone from the community was still there, and they were still joining me, watching me play the game again, and you know, it's really gotten me excited. Shout out to all the competitors, still, you know, trying to help push this auto chess for it to become a successful esport. So yeah, shout out to everyone that's still playing the game.
Awesome. I love it. Looking forward to these matches, and best of luck in the games.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I was looking forward to those matches, and these matches certainly delivered, and Puresun's gotta be feeling good having this first place spot going into our last two games. And I want to remind the folks at home, it's 5 matches. The player with the most points at the end wins. That's it. It's just that simple. So I don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. The players are basically ready to go. So we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, match number 4. We're almost done for the night. Who is going to be crowned our champion? Stick around to find out.
is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm Inver. I'm joined by Zath, and we are here in game number 4. Only 2 matches left to determine who will walk away as our Season 6 champion, that lion's share of the prize money, and of course, Zath, that trophy, that's what everybody's aiming for.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's getting down to the wire here. If you're not in the upper half of the lobby, a little unlikely for you to finish in first place, but everyone else, at least top 4 people right now, all have a chance at getting the crown.
And this is, a part of me wants to be able to say, yes, and I think that so-and-so is going to do great, but look, I can't do that. Not only because that voice is ridiculous, but also because I don't know. It really is anybody's game at this point. We have seen insane upsets, victories I thought were assured, get tossed out right at the very end. Great adaptations, a ton of different builds. And I think that's honestly what's made me the most happy is the fact that we're not seeing like one build absolutely dominate, that we're seeing, and not like variations of the same build have variable success. And I think it really is just coming down to which player is able to play off a loss streak better, which one's able to play off a win streak better. And I think it just comes down to, honestly, just pure mechanics and, above all, decision making.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Auto chess is just in such a great state right now. If you guys remember previous meta, especially that Goblin Kira meta that we've had, even in the ESL games in the past, that was just, everyone was forcing the exact same thing. This one, it's never been a better time to get into auto chess. It's just such a great state right now, and it really shows in these high-level games.
Oh, for sure. Because, I mean, like, you know, balancing for the quote-unquote pros is honestly, in my opinion, the best way to go about balancing a game, because they're the ones who are going to break stuff. You know what I mean? They're the ones who are going to just, break is the right term. They're the ones who are going to find the biggest and strongest synergies, the toughest combos to beat and play against. So I think, again, balancing around what the absolute top tier competitors is doing is good for the health of a game as a whole. And because we have more of these top tier competitions, it's just obviously easier to do that, because obviously you got to cast the games earlier over for the Mobile Open Europe, and we have these matches here in NA. So that just makes it, again, like you said, never a better time to get involved in competitive auto chess.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm just taking a look to see if we're going to have any open forters in this game. And it looks like we will. It looks like Silent is going to be taking the role of open fort in this one.
Interesting, yeah, because Monty has been starting things off, you know, fairly strong here. Up towards the top. Monty, the one we traditionally see going for that loss streak, but hey, got some strong early pieces, got an early werewolf, has the maelstrom. Yeah, no, not a chance. Not a chance he's going to open forward and do anything crazy here. Wow, it's just, look at the momentum. The tempo plays, buying and selling like we're on the New York Stock Exchange, and is able to pull in a werewolf and a Warpwood Sage with the Warrior Beast buff. Like, come on. All right.
Yeah. That is a huge swing for Monty there. Just trying to, that's how the early game is. It's literally just a battle every single round, just trying to be stronger than the rest of the opponents, because we've seen it time and time again. The player that gets off to a strong start, they don't necessarily have to win the game, but they usually secure that top 3. If you go on at least a 10+ win streak, you're just able to hold on to so much HP. Even if it starts dwindling towards the end, it's still such a good thing to get off to a strong start.
Oh, for sure. I mean, again, and strong, you know, we say strong is obviously we think about it going on a win streak, but a strong start can actually be a very well managed loss streak as well. It's all about building up the economy. Obviously, the best part about going on a win streak, there's more risk involved, but you have more HP. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm just saying. Obviously, you want to. I'm one of the people who, if I go on a win streak, I'm going to. But there is something to be said for a player that can beautifully manage a loss streak as well. You can see it both ways.
Yeah, honestly, a loss streak is harder to do than a win streak. Win streaking just requires a bit of luck there, and most players know how to win streak. Now, when you're talking open 40 and properly loss streaking, how to transition that loss streak into a win streak, how to manage your eco, keep some units on the bench, deciding what to build out of the open four. It's just so much more technical and honestly more skillful. So yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Open 40 and very skillful to pull off.
Oh, for sure. No, there's just so much. I mean, auto battlers have nuance. Auto chess is so much nuance. There are so many little things that you have to be mindful of in this game in order to keep these streaks alive. And or speaking of streaks, the two players that have them now, Monty and Legato, finally meet up, and Legato is the one to take the victory here. Having these hunters, we've seen early hunters have so much success, but boy, are they struggling when it comes to the mid to late game. We have yet to see a player successfully transfer those or translate that early game success into the late game. So we'll see how long Legato opts to keep this going. And then, of course, what the plan is to transfer into. We do see a Venomancer here. That could open up a couple of different possibilities.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Insectoid builds really do well in these games, but maybe Legato can do something. Because obviously he's starting off with the hunters, but it's all about what you want to transition into. If you just transition into your 6 hunters, you're pretty much conceding yourself to finish 4th or lower, honestly. But if you can actually ride a win streak and transition into maybe a B, I don't even know. Could be Feathered, could be Kira build. Really depends on what units they're able to find. But the key thing is to transition out of these hunters, I would say.
Yeah, maybe Dragon's the play. Leverage the Umbra as the middle ground. I like the idea of maybe going more into Kiras. I like Insectoids as an option here. We haven't seen... Insectoids have basically been uncontested. Again, they did receive a slight nerf, but from what I'm hearing from the community, they're still quite strong. And I'm surprised. And again, there's something to be said for taking a build that's quote-unquote like A tier versus S tier, but just being able to do it because nobody's contesting. I would rather do an A tier build uncontested than fight for 3 people for a quote-unquote S tier build any day of the week.
Yeah, we saw that exact same situation happen in game 1 where 4 players were playing that 6 beast build and only one of them really found success with it. The other players that were running the identical builds found themselves towards the bottom of the lobby. So making sure your pick isn't super contested really pays off in these kind of games. But a player I do want to take a look at is over at Nova's board.
Brother, shall we play together?
Yeah, he's not looking too bad himself. He looks like he's going to be setting up towards that Divinity Water Spirit build that we've seen so many times. Oh, and I was just going to mention, he already had the Warped Sage in there, but looks like he wants to get some mages in there, get a little bit more damage for that Water Spirit.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that at all. Lots of options here. Does have the spirits as well. So if we do see any of those melee hyper carries coming out, having the spirits in the back pocket could also be an option. Lots of options here for Nova. Nova, who again, not really one of these players who's looking like they able to pull off the win here at this point, just looking at the overall stats. But hey, look, 2 back-to-back wins. It's certainly not impossible, and that might be enough depending on how the rest of these games shape out. Again, we're going to focus more on these players that are up near the top, but I would say almost nobody is out of it at this point.
Oh, that would be insane to see if Nova makes a run like that.
Could you imagine?
And just taking a look at the scoreboard here, seeing if anything is interesting. Just trying to see what kind of builds these players are thinking of bringing out in this game. And clearly, I can just looking at Monty's board here, it looks like he's just considering that 6 beast build. Already has that Fallen Witcher.
Yeah, we do see it coming out now. Does have that early Maelstrom. Does have the teleport dagger. Going to be able to pop that ult very early and dish a ton of damage. This unit did receive some nerfs. So is still very strong though. Don't get me wrong. But an early Tortola Elder as well for K-Bunny. So probably going to be seeing mage play coming in from K-Bunny. We saw 2 mages do quite well in that last game, actually. Not able to make it into the top 2, but I think 4th and 5th in that last game. So still quite, or maybe 3rd and 4th. I remember. No, 4th and 5th in that last game. So mages, again, one of these builds, though, that just feels so much weaker when they're too much contested. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Lots of Divinity being flexed in, and the Hunters as well. Legato's still up there at the top. Did end up losing Nova, though. You mentioned it before. He's now on a 5-win streak. Having this early level 2 Water Spirit, having this God of War up at the front for the tankiness, the reduced cooldowns now, the 4 Divinity coming in. Watch this Water Spirit really start to go off.
Now, the Water Spirit does have some mana items on it, so once it does cast, it should continue to cast. And he's going up against Silent. Silent's one of the players that did decide to open fort this game, and based off what Silent is putting together, maybe he's just trying to do, once again, the open fort into 9 assassins. It's been so consistent in the past. Maybe Silent's just trying to lean on it. It's sitting at 61 HP, so looking pretty good so far for Silent.
Yeah, I mean, still has a long way to go, though. You know, only has 2 of these wizards up. You know, you do need that additional one there. And still is missing quite a few. Not having any more Abyssal Crawlers. This is because this has been the mid-game carry. You get a 2-star Abyssal Crawler at least. You have the Frantic Mask. That's something here. But needs to have a lot more of those. Going up now into the Warriors of Leroy. The only other time we've seen 9 Warriors did manage to make top 4. So, hey, not actually top 3, I think, in that situation. Early build there from K Bunny. Did have a 3rd place finish. Got a very strong opening start. Win streak. Got to 9 Warriors. But again, we know that build is not going to find you success in the late game. So we'll see how much success. Again, playing for top 3. Not the worst decision ever.
And I believe Leroy was the other open forter this game. So just interesting to see. So they both open forted, but going completely different builds. One going more towards the assassin route, and Leroy going more towards those warriors. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out. See which can get the edge over the other.
Yeah, and it's funnily enough because this was actually the traditional open fort outro build. Was we saw a lot in the playoffs, players going from, especially in weeks 1 and 2, going from an open fort loss streak into 9 Warriors. And you talked about it repeatedly, and it stuck in my head clearly, how much you said this is an option, but it's risky because you have to hit level 9. So you've got to go from a loss streak and try and build up enough to hit level 9, and that is a tall order at the best of times. So that's definitely where this build has this risk. And now 9 Warriors, 6 and 9 Warriors respectively, have been nerfed. They reduced the amount of armor that you get, which means that the deflect gets worse because it's also based off that armor. So definitely not as strong here. But hey, Leroy is able to relatively stabilize here. But I'm looking overall, still pretty even when it comes to these HP totals. But Nova still up here at the top with this build looking solid. But we haven't really looked at Puresun much this game. Let's see what he's up to. Does have these Hunters going in, but we'll see what the transition is going to look like.
Yeah, so Puresun did not find the knight units that he was looking for probably in the early game, because I'm looking at the scoreboard and I don't think anyone is running knights. It looks like PZ was the only one willing to risk it. But yeah, this game's just looking like he's just going to be running Feathered Hunters. It's usually a very consistent build. It's personally my go-to build. So as long as he's able to 3-star these Druids in a very, before round 20, I would say, he'll still be sitting with a good amount of health.
Yeah, and we're seeing the level up now going in. There, the Druids like you're talking about. Having, of course, this level 2 Dwarf Sniper, this is going to do a lot for you in the early to mid game. But I want to jump back on board with Nova. I want to see exactly what is going right here. There's the Tortola Elder coming in. So just maybe going to flex into some humans here. We're seeing a lot of humans. I mean, we've seen wild pushes for level 11. Now, there they go. They're getting so long. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, we've seen some crazy stuff. I think this is literally just for the burst damage, which now, again, going up against all these warriors, we'll see how effective this is going to be.
Yeah, and you can pair up the Divinity Water Spirit build can be very flexible. Some people like to run it with Warlocks, some people like to run it with Shaman. I never really see it ran with mages, actually. I'm curious if that's a build. Nova is holding on to some mages on the bench, so maybe we'll get to see it this game. We saw Legato run a Divinity 6 mage in a previous game. I don't think he was running the Water Spirit in that one. But yeah, I'm not exactly... We know Nova's running the Water Spirit Divinity, but what is he going to pair with it is the main thing.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about this before, but that's why I love where the meta is right now, because like it's not like, oh, I draft these 10 pieces and I win, or I have to get this item on this and I have these. It's like, no, what you get and how you flex these builds can change from match to match. There's no like, yeah, you can like quote unquote net deck and like try and pull out, like, this is maybe the most optimal version, but real games don't work like that. You have to adjust on the fly, and how these players do that is what makes them so good and is why they are in our grand finals here for the ESL Mobile Open. There is a reason these players are here. And again, even the players that are down on a loss streak are only down to 41 HP. It's actually not bad for Silent here. Silent, who's been sort of going, he's going to go for that, like you said, this Wizard Assassin. He's going to get this non-assassin buff going on. That's the play, and lots of 2-stars now coming out as well, so maybe Silent might be able to stabilize, as we're still, though, staying on board here with Nova, this time going up against Devless, and we'll see if this Water Spirit can go off, continue to dish out the damage. Yes, it can. Oh my goodness, this Water Spirit doing so much work at this stage of the game, and Nova keeping the hopes and dreams alive. Will we see the epic comeback? Hey, maybe we'll find out.
Oh, that'll be amazing to see. This is exactly the game Nova wanted to come out here and present to us. It's looking so dominant. 10 win streak for Nova. Ooh, but on the opposite spectrum, Silent is really looking to put together. He's doing the roll down on 7. Some of these players are going up to level 8. Silent is just rolling all his gold, trying to 3-star this Abyssal Crawler, but just coming up a bit short, close to the Soul Breaker. Did manage to hit the Warped Sage, but his main carry is just far from being able to get the 3-star.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, again, such a key component to these builds. And oh man, I mean, hey look. At least we're not seeing these like 6 stacked Warpwood Sages anymore that are just going full defense. And those, remember those finishes where they would just draw all day? We haven't seen a single draw yet today on stream. That makes me happy, okay? As a commentator, makes me happy. Also, your Warpwood Sage is your top DPS. What is life? Silent, what is life? What are you doing?
Well, that's the thing. With 9 assassins, all your units can crit. So that 3-star Warped Sage is actually putting out some crits.
I mean, that's a big old club. To be fair, it should crit. I think. Look at the size of that thing. That is a massive club. All right. I demand. Yeah. You know, I like the fact that he can crit. I'm all about this. I'm all for it. All right. I'm on the Warpwood Sage crit hype train. Let's do it.
Alright, going up against another Warped Sage, but PZ unfortunately only has a 2-star Warped Sage in his Feather build. And looks like the Assassins are going to make quick work of it. Even without the 3-stars, the 9 Assassins are strong enough.
Yeah, and that's where we're really just seeing the benefit come in there. And Silent up against Pearson. Again, these are sort of two sides of the same coin, because PZ is going for that sort of same like damage build with these hunters, but this time pairing with the feathered. So both of these builds are one that are trying to dish out a ton of damage quickly. Neither has a ton of survivability. It's all about who can take down the other person's board first. And in this situation, Silent was able to do that. Nova still up there at the top. His win streak did end though, but Leroy, unfortunately, once again down here towards the bottom, is able to get only 8 of these warriors online. Does he have the 9th? That's the question. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, I believe he does have the 9th. They're just sitting on the bench. The thing is, since they did add the Stone Spirit, there are more warriors in the pool for potential 9 warriors. He just seems to have waited a bit too long, all the way down to 21 HP. He's going to finally be committing some of this gold here to go all the way up to level 9. Throws in the 9 warriors, and we'll see if it's able to hold. The issue right now is he does not have a 4-cost 2-star. Normally you want to see a Berserker 2-star as your carry, a Doom 2-star. If not, maybe a 3-star Abyssal Guard. But right now there are 0 carries happening for Leroy, and this could be bad news.
Yeah, he just had that level 1 Doom Arbiter, which again, Doom is a decent carry, but level 2, you need that level 2, and these aren't exactly the items either. I get we're only at level round 21 right now, and there's still a long ways to go towards the items. I'm just not afraid he's going to get there. Look at how long this Warpwood Sage is surviving. It's surviving up against warriors in a war of attrition. It can be the play, can be the way to go, and is actually going to be enough. Pure Zun does actually go down here. Leroy hitting that 9 warrior power spike is able to stabilize. So props to him. Okay, we got ourselves a bit of a game.
Yeah, and I just noticed Leroy wasn't the only player in this lobby going 9 warriors. It looks like Legato actually opted to go 9 warriors himself. So curious to note that both the 9 warrior players find themselves with the lowest HP, so very risky.
Not just because that only now are we seeing 9 warriors from Legato. It's been 8 warriors up until this point. He also just hit that 9 warrior power spike, but unfortunately going up against Devless, who's one of the top players in the lobby right now. And look at this water spirit go. Oh no, even with this Sacred Lancer, it is just too little too late. Oh man, as Legato is down to only 9 HP. Leroy losing as well, down to 15. These warriors, they're not what they used to be.
Yeah, and Devless, that's actually one of Devless's premier builds. He's very known for that Divinity Water Spirit. He brought it out in the Season 5 finals with a stellar performance. And Legato has the right idea. That Doom ult should have landed on that Water Spirit. That would have shut him down there. But unfortunately, the Doom missed and the Water Spirit just dished out the damage. Legato at 9 HP could be finding himself going out here, depending on who he's up against.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this, and, you know, has a Berserker, has a Sacred Lancer. Neither of them have any items. They're trying to dish out the damage. The Sacred Lancer trying to do enough, but they're all getting so low. They were able to take down the mages. There's the Doom, and... okay, if you're Legato, hanging on there. Deep breaths, deep breath. That was close. It's going down at this point would be disaster. And we're seeing, gonna just try and get as far forward as you can. Leroy down to only 3 HP. Leroy, unfortunately, could be going out in 8th place. Again, is able to pick up a Berserker to look for that carry. Doesn't have a Sacred Lancer of their own. Does have the 2-star Pyre. Where are the items? Where are your... It's all in the Doom. Ah, it's kind of split. Nothing on the Berserker. Oh, boy. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Only 3 HP left going into Legato. Oh, hey. It's the wet noodle fight. It's the slap fest between the warriors. Let's go.
Yeah, but one actually has a Doom 2-star, so that might just be the difference here, and Legato may be knocking out Leroy.
And that is going to be the case. What better? Brother! The 2 warrior players fighting down towards the bottom of this leaderboard, and Leroy going down to the hands of the other warrior player. Silent, though, in the middle of the pack right now in terms of HP, is going on an epic win streak. And we talked about this. This is the build. I think this has become quickly like my favorite build because you can just do so much. It feels so efficient. You know what I mean? You don't need all 9 of these assassins, and you can focus in on leveling up only a few. That's really what it's about. This Abyssal Crawler, it's about the Soul Breaker, it's about the Shadow Crawler, and a level 3 Abyssal Crawler, once again, with the Frantic Mask, a level 3 Warp. This is the comp. You know this recipe I've been talking about all night long? These players got the secret sauce. They know what's up.
Yeah, and I think what's so strong about this comp is check out everyone's level. We have people at level 9s, most of the lobbies at level 8. Silent just staying at level 7. These assassins don't need levels, they just need upgrades. So you amass all this gold from the open fort, you don't even have to invest to get to level 8 or 9. You just roll and roll and roll for these 3-stars, and it really pays off. Because once you have them, man, they're just critting everything in their path.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it's all about. It's actually intentionally not leveling up so that you have better chances to hit certain roles in this situation. You know, looking towards this Warpwood Sage, particularly this Abyssal Crawler, which of course now is 3-starred. We've seen players transition over the carry items if they're able to get a level 3 Shadow Crawler. So keep an eye on that, particularly, of course, having this Coup d'Ombre as well at 450% additional damage, which is just nuts when that goes off. That big crit, especially if you've got Splash on that as well. Yikers. It can do a whole lot. But a build that, you know, assassins do sometimes struggle with, of course, is warriors having that reflect damage heading back their way. And we're seeing it now. The question now becomes, can the carry of the Abyssal Crawler do enough up against the Doom? Yes, it does. Just barely. Oh my goodness. The win streak survives, but just barely from Silent facing up against Legato, who hangs on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, that one was super close. You would normally think that Assassins would get taken down by the Warriors, but that just shows you how upgraded Silent is. That Abyssal Crawler just, I think it like 1v5 his board there. It took like 6 units by himself.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. That just goes to show like what happens when you have this potential executed on to its maximum potential. I mean, obviously Abyssal Crawler, part of the reason is what synergizes so well is you have the Frantic Mask. It synergizes with the Spiral Crawler passive. You get that building of the attack speed, and the additional recent buffs to the Assassin synergy means even greater crit, getting up to 450% damage. It just wrecks. So if you can continue to stack this up, if you can continue to keep it alive, the question often becomes, though, is can you bait it in? We've seen this sometimes where they've been able to bait in these Assassins, not in this case going up against the mages, but when you can do that, if you have a composition that can capitalize on it, that's when you see the shutdown, but not seeing it here yet. Nobody quite has the response to these Assassins.
Yeah, I'm curious who will actually put together the team to stop Silence's streak. I mean, there's always the option of teching in the 4 spirits. All these Assassins are melee units. Whether 4 spirits can actually stop 9 Assassins, I'm not sure. They did get nerfed a little bit, and I think I've seen Assassins take that when they do get teched in, so we'll have to see. But I kind of want to jump on board with Nova. He's bringing out something we haven't seen him play before. So yeah,
Absolutely.
He's actually playing the 9 mages. So we saw someone play 9 mages in an earlier game, but here we have Nova with a 3-star work with Sage and so much magical damage coming out from this Tortilla Elder.
And of course, because a caster curse is a real thing, the second you mentioned it, he swaps over. Actually, never mind. He was always there because he had the Wizards. God, the Wizards are so cool. They're just so fantastic. Being able to leverage these additional pieces, getting the maximum bonus, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage because you're able to leverage in these additional sources of damage, like the Doom, like the Sacred Lancer. That is just so cool. Man, I love this Wizard synergy. The way it unlocks the potential of these other builds and gives you the option to flex in additional damage sources just feels like it's a breath of fresh air. This has been so much fun to cast, Zaf.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the way the 3 wizards work, if you put in any synergies besides one, so right now he just has the wizards and 3 mages, so that allows you to get to the 9 mages. If he were to add in any other synergies, that actually breaks his 9 mages. So there's actually a limit on what he can add. If he throws in just one more human, that would break it. If he throws in a spirit, that would break it. So that's why he has units like a Doom and a Sacred Lancer, because he has no glacials in his build, so it's just a matter of what he can actually tech in.
Yeah, and that's obviously so important to be mindful of this. But again, it's just this is just top tier auto chess for a reason. We did see Monty end up going down here. Nova still up at the top, Silent on that 10-win streak. Devless is going to look at the HP. K-Bunny at 11, PZ at 12, Devless at 14. What a close matchup here. Once again, see the player up at the top who had a strong win streak start opening, struggling a little bit in the mid game, but I think that Nova has been able to stabilize somewhat. But Silent, coming off of, I would say, a bit of a lost streak earlier on, has been able to do so much work with his build. And I'm starting to see a trend now between games. And Zath, this is something, obviously, as a competitive player yourself, you're very familiar with. The idea of a lobby meta starts to develop. Obviously, the game as a whole, regions have metas. The game, has a meta broadly. But you start to see specific patterns and trends when you have the same 8 people in a lobby game after game. And I'm definitely starting to feel one now.
Yeah, definitely. I was surprised when that no one else decided to run Assassins. I saw Assassins, they took 2 of the previous games. So the fact that Silent was the only one willing to bring out the Assassins this game, I felt like maybe another player could have tried to contest that.
Yeah, I feel like two games in a row now, we've seen sort of one of these builds that is clearly looking very strong, not going contested. I mean, oh my goodness. Okay. Yikes. All right, well, there's another player biting the dust there as Devless is going down. That K-Bunny copy doing work. Oh, boy. but we are starting to see, it was the Glacial Knights, and now we're seeing these Assassins, again, starting to do some work. Mages also starting to come in, so kind of surprised here, but also not, just because there's so many different builds being played, which is great.
Yeah, even these players are keeping it, they're just mixing it up. Nova's bringing out a build he hasn't played. Peasy's playing a new build for him. I believe K-Bunny hasn't played mages before this game. So really showing just how deep these guys can build.
Yeah, and of course we're jumping on board with PZ, our lobby leader, who's, look, I said you couldn't make it to late game. I said it. I'll eat my words here a little bit. I said you couldn't make it to late game with Hunter. And hey, PZ has shown you can make top 4 with this build if you can play around it. I mean, it helps when you've got a level 3 Warpwood Sage, level 3 Whisper Seed, and of course, level 3 Taboo Witcher, and most importantly, this level 3 Dwarf Sniper. He's got oh my goodness. That's a lot of 3 stars. That's 15 stars just right there. That's definitely why. He's just rolled very well.
Yeah, there's one way to do it, definitely with all those 3 stars. But will these 3 stars keep him in this game? Let's see who he's going up against here. Going up against K-Bunny's mages with the 5 dragons. Tortola does go off. Can the sniper stay alive here?
Is the big question. The Warpwood Sage doing the job at the front, the Kamehameha charging up, but not quite able to go Ultra Instinct this time. And that's the win there for PZ, able to stay alive a little bit longer as K-Bunny is defeated. Puresun, our lobby leader, the player coming in first place, able to eke out a key victory, propelling them into 3rd place. The difference of 5 to 6 points may not seem like a whole lot, but when we're only playing 5 matches on the day, Zath, you know, that can make a world of difference.
Oh no, this is absolutely huge for PZ right now. He's leading the lobby and securing a top 3 right now with 1 game to go. Man, Pearson really came to play today, and depending on how this final game goes, he could very well potentially be our champion today.
Yeah, I mean, Pearson didn't even make it to the finals last season. He was short a couple of points, didn't have the best playoff run. A couple of games really didn't go his way. I remember like one just rough day as a whole. But now with a 2nd place finish with Feathered Hunter? What? I mean, I guess I was just, wow. Proving me wrong. Peasy heard me through the ether. He was like, wait, did Inverum say that I couldn't get to the top 2 with this build? What? That's apparently that's just what he's about. So let's see. Going up against Nova, Zath. Here we are, the final 2.
Yeah, that's insane. Silent with the 9 assassins. I really thought assassins could do a lot of work against some of these hunters, but I guess these hunters just too upgraded. Maybe their health pool is a bit too strong, but PC knocking Silent out in those previous rounds, and now we have it. Nova with the 9 mages versus this feathered hunter. So PZ teching in the Marine. Ooh, it's a tough thing to do. It's a 9 mages, so that the Marine, I mean, you got a tech in Marine against mages, but how much magic resistance do you need to take down these 9 mages? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we do see this Tortola Elder. I mean, we do have the Holy Spirit Lance on that Dwarf Sniper. We'll see how much of a difference here. We're going to watch from Nova's perspective as the mages are trying to go off. How long can they survive? How much damage can the Magical Blast do? Swapping over the Dwarf Sniper to the other side, though not taking the run of it, which means that the mages are actually going to go down. The question is there enough damage? Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, yep, okay. We've seen some crazy surviving, all right, from Warpwood Sage chat. Don't give me crap for that. There was a real chance he doesn't die there. There's a chance.
Wow, and if PZ can survive all the way to 10, oh, never mind. I thought he was running some wizards, but if he can somehow tech in 4 Marine, that would for sure spell GG for PZ here, because he's even getting it done with only 2 Marine. So every time you're going up against mages with a hunter comp, if you can just get 4 Marine, that's how you beat it. But I don't even know if Pearson needs the 4 Marine right now with how upgraded his team is.
Yeah, and we are seeing, of course, having this Claw Wand 4. That Dwarf Sniper doing a lot, and you can see the split shots coming out with that Holy Spirit Lance. The question now becomes, how much additional damage can this Dwarf Sniper do with the Doom Curse on it? That just might be it, and it is! Nova is gonna get the win here in this game. Nova, we said, needed to mount an epic comeback, back-to-back wins in order to try and make a top 3 or maybe even a top 1 finish. And hey, in order to get back-to-back wins, Zath, you got to get the first one.
Yeah, very impressive play coming out from Nova. Went off on a really strong start. I believe he just started off with regular mages, maybe even some divinity in there, but transitioning flawlessly into that 9 mage composition. It looked rough towards the end there against PZ, but securing the win at the end.
Yeah, there was a little stumble there. A second, I was like, maybe Pure Zun's going to mount an epic comeback, but nah, in the end, able to pull off the clutch victory there. And don't get me wrong, though, PZ, who came into the lobby in second place, in first place, I should say, has to be happy again with that second place finish, still maintaining that number 1 spot. We're going to head to a short break, though. Before we do, I'm going to say it again. If you're not following us over on social media, Twitter and Instagram, do so. You want to stay up to date with all the cool stuff coming down the pipe here for the ESL mobile program. All I know is I need some water, maybe another cup of tea. The voice is starting to get a little bit strained, and we can't have it go out because we have a 5th and final game left to determine who is going to be our ESL Mobile Open Season 6 champion. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, the final game is going to be in store for you, so don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm in Barum, joined by Zath. And we teased the storyline. We're like, what if Nova? What if he gets back-to-back first places? What if he makes an epic comeback? Well, I mean, Zath, dream's alive. Just saying.
Yeah, he definitely made it happen with that game. Such an impressive performance, but let's go ahead and look back at just what went down on Game 4. So here we start off, Nova going off such a strong start with that 2-star God of War, 2-star Water Spirit. Started things off with 4 Divinity Water Spirit, and we do know he does end up transitioning that build, but for now, super strong start in the early game for Nova. Then we see here Nova going up against K-Bunny. K-Bunny working with some mages right now. And it was enough to break Nova's streak. And Leroy finally does manage to get the 9 warriors online by round 21. And PZ, with his Feather Hunters, did not have all those 3 stars just yet. And Leroy actually takes him down with the 9 warriors at this point in the game. And here we have Silent versus Devless. Silent was one of the players that opened forward this game into the 9 assassins that we've seen have so much success and really dishing it out on Devless there. And PZ with those 3-star hunters, 3-star druids in there, going up against Legato and his warriors. Man, but PZ and his upgraded Feathered Hunter build just looking so strong. Managed to hold on to the very end. It was looking so close for PZ, but PZ not giving up, just holding strong. Even if he's going down here against Legato's warriors, still managing to hang on in this game. And here we have Nova with the 9 mages officially online, doing so much work even against that Divinity Water Spirit build. And here we have that 3-star Dwarf Sniper, 3-star Shining going up against K-Bunny. It was so close. PZ was at 2 HP, could have been knocked out at any point in this game, but his team just holding on there, knocking out K-Bunny. Now it's PZ going up against Silent. Once again, it could have been 3rd place for PZ. Those assassins look so strong, but yet again, his team holding on, and that Taboo Witcher making quick work of that Abyssal Crawler, and PZ securing the 2nd place. And in the final 2, we have Nova versus PZ, and it looked bad for Nova for a second there. PZ teched in the Marine, the Dwarf Sniper looked like it was popping off, but in the end, the Doom All on the Dwarf Sniper, and the rest of the team just cleaning up the Dwarf. Nova securing his first win of the tournament.
Yeah, really solid. The question becomes, is it too little too late? I said, this is the dream, the double win comeback. Maybe that's still a reality. It all comes down to the numbers on our leaderboard, which is updated now. And as we take a look, we see a 3-way tie for 3rd? What? Oh my goodness. And I talk about the dream. No, he's off by 1 point because of PZ's 2nd place finish there. Even if Nova does get a win in this next game, he cannot take 1st place. Big sad face. But there are 3 players who could conceivably, if Pierzon, if he has a rough game number 5, there are 3 players hot on his heel. But even then, being the champion is amazing, but the prize money as well that you get for 2nd place is also fantastic. So with a 3-way tie for 2nd, we've never seen anything like this, Zath. This is truly a unique situation for us in the Mobile Open.
Yeah, it's looking very good for PZ, but those fighting in 2nd place are definitely going to be giving it all. So this final game is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just, I want to say it's too close to call. Obviously, PZ is the favorite. He just needs to not place in the bottom 3, and he's pretty much secured the victory here. But again, this is auto chess, and anything can happen. We're going to head to our last break, and when we come back right into the action, our 5th and final game, this will be the one to determine who will walk away our champion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 Finals. I'm your host, Paul and Barum Todd Kill, joined by the one and only Zath, as we get into our fifth and final game to determine who will walk away as our champion. Oh me, oh my, Zath, this is going to be a war.
Yeah, I wish it was more of a war for that first place, but PZ has just been so dominant, or not dominant, but the better word would be consistent in these games, because he's not necessarily winning these games. He's just securing a bunch of top threes.
Yeah, I mean, I interviewed a lot of players going into today, and the consistent message was, we don't necessarily need to win. We just need to get top three. And I think PZ is kind of showing why that's so important, because it's just a consistent, stable way of racking up these points and not necessarily playing builds that are risk it for the biscuit style, that are a little more stable, a little bit more secure. But again, I love the fact, too, that we're seeing PZ did this twice, picking a build that's not necessarily S tier, but an uncontested A tier build, played well, really brought to fruition, can be just as good as a contested S tier build. And I think this is really highlighting and showcasing that here.
Yeah, absolutely. If I were to make any bets on the build that PZ is going to bring out this game, just to help secure himself the top 4 in the tournament, I'm just going to go on a wild limb and I'm just going to guess Assassins. I don't think we've seen PZ play Assassins today. We mainly seen him play the Knight builds and the Feathered, and I believe his first game was a Beast build, but we haven't seen his lucky Assassin, so maybe he just brings it out for Game 5, secure himself that top 4 placement that he needs.
I mean, I would absolutely love it. He's known for his Assassins. It's a tried and true comfort pick. Speaking of tried and true comfort, Monty going for a loss streak at the start of the... Oh my goodness, never would have expected that. Kappa, this is standard.
I don't believe that's actually Monty's board. I do see Monty is highlighted on the screen, but I believe the board with the priest is Legato. Yes, Monty actually has a 2-star Soul Breaker.
Well, then never mind. I did the voice and everything. Come on. Unfair. Very unfair. Not about it. Not about it at all. What I am about, though, is this early 2-star Taboo Witcher with a Shadow Edge. Very about that, as we are seeing Monty here. Going down, though, to K-Bunny. K-Bunny, who has had multiple stellar starts. And, of course, K-Bunny, one of these players, tied for second place. I want to remind the folks, Pirzun is in first with 29 points. But close behind, Monty, Silent, and K-Bunny. A 3-way tie for second, all with 23 points. How they do here over the course of this game is going to be determining how this top 4 really, maybe even top 5, really rounds out here, as we've also have a 2-way tie for third with 18 points apiece of Nova and Devilish, because, you know, that's how close this lobby was going to be.
Yeah, and with the prize pool split from second to third, I know all 3 of these players are going to be fighting and giving it their all. They just want to secure the second place, not even just for bragging rights, even for bragging rights. Why not? You want to be second place. It's just much higher than third or fourth place, so I know these guys are going to be giving it their all.
They are indeed. And the fact that we're literally getting to like one auto attack differences in round 5. Sweet. Let's do it. That's just how close this lobby is. But you're 100% right. There's still bragging rights, and there's still a significant difference in terms of prize money here, too. Like, don't get me wrong, the course of this season, or the course of this year, I should say, over $350,000 worth of prizing is being given away to the mobile community, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, that's a lot of prize money. And what's great about the Mobile Open, what's so fantastic about it, is we're not just benefiting the player like in first or second. Like, we pay out like all the way down. I think it's like top 64 in some games. You know, just even competing, just being a part of the community, a part of the tournament, still gets payout here. That's really what the Mobile Open is all about. It's about sharing the love a little bit and really just, you know, encouraging folks to take a shot. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily have to be one of these all-star top 8 players. Go and have some fun, because competition is fun. Challenging yourself, pushing yourself up against other great players, at least in my opinion, is always a great time. But a player who's been having not the best of times, unfortunately, is Leroy coming in. He's currently sitting in 8th place, but at least he's got 100 HP in this game.
Yeah, maybe this is the game that Leroy really tries to show up. Off to a good start. So the only person in the lobby at 100%, starting off with that 2-star Taboo Witcher, 2-star Soulbreaker, so 2 very strong early game units. It's all about what he's going to transition from here. Just going to start it off with the 3 assassins. Whether he wants to stay on this assassin route or not, it's up to him. Wouldn't be the worst though. We have seen assassins perform very well all day today, so could be a great transition for Leroy.
Yeah, I mean, really one of the players that I'm keeping my eye out for here. And it's interesting to note because we did theory craft, like what build is PZ going to go? How is this going to play out? I do see a knight, or I did see a knight there for Pearson. We did see down the transition out beasts being brought in here potentially. Again, one of these builds you've seen brought out in the past. Legato is going to be going for a lost streak. Silent, I think as well, going to be potentially going into this year. But let's see what Pearson is up to here, because we said this before, like, assuming he finishes in the top, I want to say top 5, he mathematically, I don't think they can pass him. Maybe one of the admins can correct me in our chat here. I think if he finishes top 5, nobody can catch him. But that's still not guaranteed. No lobby, especially this one. If there was any lobby in all of North America where I'd say no position is guaranteed, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, even if he knows he's safe at top 5, you can't really predict that you're going to get top 5. You still have to be playing the exact same way you were playing that's been securing yourself those top 3 finishes. So, yeah, even though he feels relatively safe, I would imagine he's still shooting for the win here. Just wants to end this tournament series off in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, because, I mean, he's really put up a solid, consistent series of games. Second places, third places, looking really darn solid. And now, finding the 2-star Whisper Seer and Warpwood Sage back-to-back. So now with the Hunters as well, I mean, this is a start of a build, this Feathered Hunter, that, you know, had so much success from that I said, laugh at me all you want, chat. I'm like, he's not going to make it into top 3 with that build. Ha! Prove me wrong. Show that you absolutely can do it. And this is the groundwork that sort of got him there. Again, he did it off the back of like 5 3-stars. So we'll see if that luck is going to stay true again. Silent continuing to lost streak here, but let's look up towards the top. Let's put some eyes on Leroy, who's been having a pretty good start to this game.
Yeah, let's see what he did add on his level 6. Looks like he just added some hunters. I believe he was running 3 assassins, decides to switch it up for 3 hunters. Hunters just a little bit stronger, it seems like, even though they're all still 1-stars.
And we're seeing a bit of a difference here. Opting to bring in the Cave Clan. We've yet to see 6 Cave Clan. Big sad face for me. I wanted to see somebody try it here. But this is the sort of the variation like we talked about before. We're seeing Feathered Hunter. We're seeing Cave Clan Hunter here coming out. So we'll see. This build, I think, is going to have a little bit less success going into the mid to late, just because even with the buffs, Cave Clan, I think unless you full commit, are just not as powerful. The 900 times whatever your missing HP is can actually be really impactful. They buffed it from like 700 times to 900. Like, it's not a small buff. It was a significant buff. But again, there's a reason why these guys are the pros and I'm not. I just want to see cool builds. All right. I'm a little bit selfish, but taking a look towards the middle here, one of these players that is in second place, that is vying potentially for this #1 spot, of course, is Monty.
Yeah, and already has 2 Dooms on his board here. So those are pretty strong units in the early game. It's just a matter of what can he really do with those Dooms. There's not many builds that really utilize him outside of 9 Warriors. Even some Insectoid builds can utilize a Doom. So I'm curious to see if Monty decides to actually go ahead and upgrade that Doom, or is he just utilizing these Dooms as more of like an early to mid game tempo?
That's definitely where my inclination is more leaning. Just having the double Doom curse, the physical ultimate ability, because that name scheme isn't confusing, is sometimes useful, but again, not up against that board. Oh my goodness. Just having those strong levels there made a world. And we are seeing the Warriors maybe coming in. Does have the potential to try and play around with this Water Spirit and the Assassins, but right now, given the fact that Warriors are uncontested, pretty much, barring a little bit of what Silence do. Actually, you know what? Not fully uncontested. A little bit here from K-Bunny, a little bit here from Silence. So, again, 9 Warriors. We saw them go out in 7th and 8th place, respectively, last game. Probably not the build I'd be going, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but it could be different. Maybe if Monty does hit the Doom 2-star and has that carry very early on, it could be very different for these Warriors. But yeah, all his items are on this Soul Breaker right now, and both of those items do transition very well to a Doom carry as they're both melee units. So yeah, maybe there is something to Monty going 9 warriors here. Let's see if he does opt to add in more warriors. And yeah,
I mean, less hyped about the warriors. I'm more hyped about. Yeah, I'm more hyped about the fact that that spirit, like the petrifies we saw in that last game, were literally the reason he won that last round. But sorry, I cut you off. What are you looking at, dear sir?
No, I was just mentioning he is picking up the rest of the warriors, so more than likely Monty probably will commit to that 9 warrior build. But yeah, taking a look at the scoreboard here, anything that jumps out to me, we did see Pierzun already have those 2-star druids. I guess we can jump back on board with Leroy, see if he's if it shows what he's going to transition into.
Yeah, we did see Nova pick up another win here. Nova, of course, mathematically unable to get the win because of that strong performance from PZ in that last game. The dream is dead. Oh, feels bad. But let's jump on board with Leroy and see what is going on here. And I did get confirmation from our admins. We have an update. Pierzun, 4th place, guarantees the victory. 5th place, he can be tied. I honestly have no idea what happens in that situation. I should have gotten briefed on this. That's on me. There's a tiebreak. Some distinction of tiebreak happens here. It may come down to like how many rounds won. I honestly, I'm not 100% sure. But in any case, there is still not a non-zero chance that somebody does end up passing him here. Top 4, mathematically, nobody can pass him. That's the goal for Pierzun in this game, and currently sitting in 5th place. So it's still early days, but no guarantees. Absolutely not.
I mean, he is playing a pretty consistent build with the Feathered build. So usually Feathered do secure top 4s just because they power spike so early. So I really like the decision coming out for PZ. But looking at Leroy board here, he does have the Venomancer and some Insectoids. So I think Leroy may actually try to bring out the Insectoid build. Has a Thorn Predator on the bench, just missing the Spider Queen for the full 4 Insectoid synergy.
We haven't seen a full 4 Insectoid yet today. I mean, Insectoid was one of these builds that we saw a lot of. It was doing really well. We did see the spirit counters come out on occasion, but it still had a lot of success. It did receive a nerf in the patch, I believe, on November 3rd. So since our playoffs, it has less likelihood of spawning. They didn't give a specific percentage number, which makes me sad because I like the math. Only time I like math. But there was a less of a chance of spawning that really powerful 3-star spider units. So we'll keep an eye on this as we are seeing Leroy just continuing to try and play tempo here. Does have the beast. Maybe going to look to go into this additional synergy with the Insectoids. He's hovering a couple of druids here. Always just good to have and hold on to, especially given what the rest of the lobby has been playing. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Another player I have to keep an eye on, though, of course, is Legato, just down here on the bottom. Going to be finishing out this loss streak with Silent as well. And I want to see what they're going to transition into.
Yeah, just taking a look at what he has going on right now, I think it's gonna be looking like that 6 beast build. Has some beast units, has that Fallen Witcher, but hasn't upgraded our Golly Knight. That one is interesting. I'm curious, maybe he just found it and he's utilizing it as a tank, maybe because he doesn't have the Warpwood Sage as of yet. Because our Golly Knight seems, I mean, it's a very strong individual unit. Ooh, and upgrades is okay. Now, I thought he was doing the 6 beast build, but committing to those upgrades, I personally am not sure what Legato is thinking for this one.
Look. I mean, you can kind of say it. I mean, I think he knows at this point. You know, looking at the overall scores, that he's not really in position to walk away with the win here. Currently, with only 13 points, so maybe just sort of playing the game out. You know what I mean? Not necessarily a clear game plan in mind, because I agree, this is not, you wouldn't normally see this as being the correct decision. You commit to a build here, but it's playing tempo when you have the lowest HP in the lobby. The tempo is against you, so probably not play.
Yeah, and speaking of tempo, there we have it. Monty did manage to 2-star that Doom. We saw him with early 2 Dooms, and now he has a carry in that Doom with very strong items, working his way towards the 9 warriors. So Monty, one of our players that can get 2nd place in this tournament, off to a very strong mid game.
I want to add a slight addendum to that. A player who can get first place in this tournament.
Yes.
If Monty ends up, I mean, Pearson is in first place right now. Pearson, he's right up there. But if he places in like 6th or 7th, and we see a top 3 of Monty, Silent, and K-Bunny, he can come in 4th. It's not impossible. You know what I mean? Maybe that is impossible. Maybe not 4th. But, first or second is technically not even guaranteed. I know it seems like he's really far ahead, and there's still a very good chance that he comes out as our victor, but nothing is set in stone. And of course, as a commentator, that's what we love. If the game was already over before we even started, why would we play? It is not set in stone. It is not guaranteed. So gotta keep your eyes out here. Monty is gonna be able to pull off the victory. Leroy still up at the top there, still playing the tempo game as much as possible. Zach, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Multiple Beast Insectoid builds coming out here. We're gonna see Warriors from Monty, like you mentioned before. Nova playing an interesting, playing around with dragons, which we know he loves. This Feathered Hunter build for PZ right in the middle. Another consistent one. Does have that 2-star Dwarf Sniper, which we know is going to be hugely impactful. We're going to see a Divinity build coming out here with 2 2-star Water Spirits from Silent. Whoa, why aren't we taking a look at that? Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, and here he goes facing off against Monty's Warriors. Monty does have the Doom, but unfortunately Silent has 2 Water Spirits, so it's going to be tough to nail both of them down. So can this Doom continue just stomping these units? And the answer is yes. These Warriors looking very strong, and Monty very close to being on a win streak.
Yeah, and happened to get the Doom Curse on the Water Spirit that had the additional items. Little things like that don't seem huge. But when we're talking about only a couple of HP difference, one Wave Slash can make the difference in these fights. Keeping an eye on that. We're seeing the level up now, level 8 from Silent, matching the tempo of the lobby. And going to be working towards, actually putting in the Warriors here. I thought he does still have the Wizards, of course. And we'll be looking to play around with these Wizards as much as possible, just looking for that Grim Touch. Because then we'll see how this, actually, that's really interesting. You could do a couple different things with this. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, the build we've seen even Legato run before was that 4 Cave Clan Divinity build, so maybe that's what he's going for. He does have that Lava Shaman on the bench, so if he does add it in, he does get the 4 Cave Clan in there. So that's probably what he's thinking of, adding in those cave units for now. I'm not sure if that's something you keep all the way into the end game, or it's something you end up transitioning for 4 Shamans if you do find that Storm Shaman. But definitely very strong in the mid game if he's able to add it in.
Yeah, and Silent falling to K-Bunny here. Another one of these players in this top 4 situation. Tied for second. Monty, Silent, K-Bunny. 23 points apiece, all tied for second place there. And I'm looking at this. Well, I'm looking K-Bunny, Monty, Silent, and PZ are all in our top 5 right now. Leroy, the player, down at the bottom of our leaderboards on a 6-win streak right at the top. He's trying to throw a wrench, a spanner in the works here for the dreams of these players looking to get first. But Pure Zune has got to be very happy because right now the goal of a 4th place finish is looking very real as he's currently sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, and if we take a look on Fuser's board, he has a great build going for him right now. He actually managed to already have a 3-star Warp with Sage.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, we'll see it here. Yeah, we see it here. The 3-star Warp with Sage, one of the absolute best units in this 6-feather build. It's just your primary tank. Sometimes it can be your primary DPS if you item it correctly. But yeah, this is looking great for PZ. This is looking really good right now.
Yeah, again, the goal isn't top 1. It's not even top 2. It's not even top 3. The 4th place guarantees you the win. 5th place will result in a tie. So this is what the goal is here for PZ as we get into the mid game now. Post level 20, this is what it is all about. Can he keep the momentum going, or will his opponents try and usurp the throne, get him off of it, take the crown? As we're seeing the player in first place actually going to be losing here up against K-Bunny, up against one of the players that could take that first place from him.
All right, then let's jump on board. Let's see what K-Bunny's working with. We haven't really looked at him this game, and he is one of our players that could potentially get first if things play out a certain way. So K Bunny here with the 6 Beast Fallen Witcher. So very common build we see perform very highly in these games. And already with that 2-star Fallen Witcher, the items are looking pretty good so far. It's just a matter of finishing off these upgrades. Still has a couple 1-stars on the board. And yeah, K Bunny not looking too bad right now. He's really fighting for this top 3 finish, just trying to secure minimum 2nd place for himself. And who knows, maybe K Bunny can win the game, and we'll see where PZ lands.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the players he's vying for this top spot with, of course, it's Silent, the player he's going up against right now. Silent is one of the other players tied for 2nd, up there with Monty as well. All of these players are neck and neck, but Silent actually able to take the win here. That was a huge deal, but continuing to try and level up this Warpwood Sage, or actually he's going to sell it out. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. I guess not. Doesn't really need it here, though, for part of this composition. He wants to continue to level up these beasts, finding or additional Razor Claws, I think would be the big one here. And then, of course, trying to get a level 3-star, I should say, Fallen Witcher. Devless, Devless down at the bottom. Looks like he's going to go out soon. But this is what I'm talking about here. Silent, Monty, PZ, Leroy, and K Bunny, the top 5 right now, are our top 4 in the overall leaderboard. And Leroy's just up there proving that he can go toe-to-toe with anyone in NA. Doesn't want to go out necessarily in a last place, as we're seeing Devless's board going up against K Bunny. And with that, Devless is going to go out in 8th place. He was in the middle of the pack here, tied with Nova at 18 points for 3rd. That is going to be that run coming to an end here in game number 5. But let's take a look at Leroy. Zath, he had such a stellar start here, but it started to fall apart.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to get that transition right for this Insectoid build. He does have the 4 insects in here. The only thing he's missing is he does not have the 4 cost duplicates. He does not have Kira. So very key pieces of Insectoid are missing. He's relying on the Fallen Witch right now as a temporary carry. But I'm assuming once he finds the Ogre Mage, he'll definitely look to put in the 2 Kira units in here.
For sure, and he does have this Strange Egg as well, so some potential plays to get some key units in position should he need to. But going up against the Mages of Nova here, that was the eventual transition with a level 2 Tortola Elder. Question is, can the Insectoids do enough? One of the traditional counters, of course, is that Spirit with the Petrify ability up against a lot of these melee units. The Mages, though, weren't able to connect all the spells where they needed to be, but the 2-star DK in the back just barely held the line, as we're seeing Leroy once again losing here, as Legato is going to go out as well in 7th place. Nova sitting far behind. And look, if I'm Pure Zune and I'm thinking to myself, I just need top 4. Every single time you see a player get knocked out, Zath, that's like a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and I think PZ is just playing it extremely well this entire day. Every single build that he's pieced together has been uncontested in every game. I don't know if this is a strategy he came into today doing, or is his comfort builds and it just so happens no one's contesting his builds. But yeah, the builds he's putting together, they're just kind of getting away for it for free. Just finding the pieces he needs and a good amount of time, not too late. And yeah, looking really good for PZ.
And here's the thing, too, is we know, speaking to him, listen to that interview, he came in putting in a lot of work. He'd taken a little bit of a break from the game, had some personal stuff going on. Everybody gets that. But being able to put in a lot of practice and additional work, I think, is paying off here, because what this shows me is that he's so comfortable running any composition that he is just like, I think to your point, I think this is intentional. I think he is intentionally looking at builds he knows aren't necessarily top tier, that he knows aren't going to be contested by 2 or 3 people. And he's saying, that's fine. I'm going to run it. And because you're going to let me get away with this, I'm going to level up. He had 5 3-stars in this last game. How many 3-stars is he going to end this one with? We're going to find out. It is not anywhere close to over. But being able to just leverage these 3-star pieces has done wonders for his ability to get in top 3 in games. But going up against Nova, I think we may have found the counter, Zath.
Yeah, without Marine, Feather can definitely struggle against some Dragon Mages. And he doesn't have the same 3 stars as of yet that he did last game. I think that's what really put him over the edge and made that feather build just so strong last game. He's definitely trying to get there. He's a bit away from that Dwarf Sniper 3-star, nowhere near that Shining Archer 3-star. But hey, he doesn't need first or second. He's just trying to secure that 4th place finish. So, yeah, on his way. But let's go ahead and take a look over at... Let's jump over with Silent here. He's also one of the players in contention for second. And he has the 3-star Water Spirit already with the 4K plan. So yeah, it looks like this is a build a lot of players really favor. This is not the first time we see it.
No, I mean, this is actually one of the builds I was told to look out for going into this game. Every single time the Wave Slash goes on through, it does so much damage. But I think he was actually doomed. I think he was. That was huge. That was actually massive there. Monty with the Warriors, the Doom on the key target, doing wonders there. That's a lot of damage being taken because every single time the Wave Slash came through, we saw it back-to-back in quick succession, and we saw the HP bars just melt. But if it doesn't get that off, sure, even with the, with Monkey King Kane, it does okay damage, but it's really when that Wave Slash comes through that it lights up. And again, Nova drops here. I think we have to watch Nova because Nova drops here, guarantees PZ gets top 5, guarantees that even if one of these players in second place tie him, or finish in first, it's still a tie. It's not a guaranteed win. We have to go to tiebreakers at that point. So this is, which I'm pretty sure Pure Zoom would win. So really, Nova needs to try and stay alive here. But up against Monty, the dream is looking so slim. That's it. Nova's out, which means that top 5 is secured for Pure Zoom, which means that this shot at first place, the title of Season 6 champion, is almost within his grasp. At this point, it is much coming down to who is walking away with that second place trophy as well. That is the big question mark here, because that additional prize money certainly will go a long way.
Yeah, it's looking so good for PZ. And I'm sure he's not giving up. He's going to still fight it in here. But Monty all the way at level 10. So the rest of these players at level 9. Monty prioritizing leveling. Looks like he has all 9 warriors in there. Decides to tech in the Dark Spirit. And we'll see if Monty can hold on with his Doom 2-star carry.
Yeah, and I love this decision to put the Red Axe Chief in the back here with that taunt. Gonna hopefully try and take some of the pressure away from this Berserker, who can act as a bit of a pseudo carry. Doesn't necessarily have the items here that this Doom does, but still having these additional sources of damage, Zap, I love it. But going up against Pure Zune, the PZ walks away with the victory in this one. I think that'll speak wonders for his ability to not just secure top 4, but even further beyond. And oh my goodness, this Warp Wood Sage just will not die. And we're seeing the victory here for PZ. Gonna do so much damage. Oh my gosh. And we're just seeing Monty taking, I don't know how much, that was a lot. That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was definitely a lot. He was not in 5th place, but after that one, he went down all the way to 20 HP. Things just looking better and better for PZ. But for those that in second place, right now it's K-Bunny, Silent, and Monty. So depending on who goes out first, we'll see. Right now, K-Bunny sitting with the most HP. But will this change leading into these upcoming rounds?
Yeah, this is really important because we have 3 players tied for second. So not only is first, still technically up in the air, but second, third, and fourth are going to be determined by how these players finish here. And the difference between second place and fourth place in terms of prize money is significant. You definitely want to walk away as the victor here in this. That is hugely important. So definitely keep an eye on this. I'm actually going to pull it up, Zaf, and see what exactly in terms of the prize money is going to be the big difference here. First place is going to walk away with $5,700. $4,000 for second place, $3,000 for third, $2,550 for fourth. So we're talking of a difference of $1,500 between second and fourth place.
Yeah, and that definitely goes a long way. All these players would like to secure that second place at least. But here we go. We got Monty going up against... he's going up against Leroy's and Sectoid. Actually,
Actually, hang on a second. Seems like they're doing not too bad here. It all comes down to this Venomancer, though, but the Whalen 4-on-1 situation. The Venomancer can't hold tough with that, as we're seeing just a back-and-forth slugfest. I mean,
usually in the past, we've seen at least one player kind of stand out with the HP pools, but in this game, it's all neck and neck. All of them pretty much identical HPs.
Yeah, I mean, and this is hugely important for all the reasons that I just mentioned. Top 4 is fully up for grabs right now. It can go any which way. It all depends on the order the players finish here. Leroy, kind of notwithstanding, he's sort of our outlier here. He's our unexplained variable. He's sitting down in any place going to this match. But a strong finish from him here would still propel him up further in this. We're seeing Pirzun going up against Monty here. Monty getting this victory would be absolutely massive because everybody wants to take down PZ at this point. A big ghost ship is going to do some work getting some CC to the back line, but still, the Warpwood Sage, it's just so beefy.
Even through the Dumo, actually, I'm not sure if it got demoted here, but man, it just refuses to go down. The healing is absurd. It just keeps on healing and healing, out healing all the damage that these warriors are trying to dish it. But it's just so hard to take down. Add the 6 feather evasion, it's just hard to hit at this point. And it's just the Warpwood Sage, the Werewolf, and Berserker, and I think the Warpwood Sage will come out on top.
Oh boy, you really wanted to win that one if you're Monty, because now with every passing round, the Pirzun isn't getting lower and lower on HP. The chances of passing him are getting slimmer and slimmer. Not even passing, tying him are getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. The first player to go out here will, if it's not PZ, will guarantee that Pirzun is our Season 6 champion. And then, like I said, it's all about the battle for second, third, and 4th. Monty would not want to go out here because that would mean a 4th place finish for him, which, given his prestige, his history in the world of competitive auto chess, I think would be a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, but something that's looking not a disappointment at all is K Bunny. He has a 3-star Fallen Witcher. I don't know where we missed that, but oh my god. 3-star Fallen Witcher, still not enough to take down Monty's warriors.
Yeah, I mean, finding that Sacred Lancer there at the end, doing a lot, able to bring this one in. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Hang on a second. How much health did PZ lose? He lose like 10 HP that last round? Oh my goodness, he's down in 5th place.
Oh my god. So this could almost be, he can almost get one shot. Like, let's say he goes up against the Insectoid player and just things go horribly wrong. He could go out in 5th.
I mean, it all comes down to these next few rounds. It all comes up against who he fights. I mean, so far, the Warpwood Sage is holding strong, but I'm looking towards this unit right up here. It is this Water Spirit. How much damage can it do? Can it keep pulling these wave slashes out? Is it gonna do enough damage? That's the question. Oh boy, it's basically up against the world right now, and no, able to hold on just a little bit longer are the feathered units of PZ, and Silent goes down to just 6 HP. Everybody is holding their breath. This is so close. If anybody goes out before Pirzun, he will have secured himself the Season 6 championship, but it is not over yet. And even when that happens, the battle for top 4 is still raging, or top 3, I should say, is still raging, as 2nd and 3rd will be up for grabs.
I think the only player that's looking good to potentially secure that 2nd place at least is K Bunny, because not only is he running that 6-beast build that we've seen pop off time and time again, but he's doing it with the 3-star Fallen Witcher. Even though he did go down to Monty in a previous round, I would imagine this build is just going to get stronger and stronger. It looks like he added even a Rogard in there, so definitely going to help that Fallen Witcher just carry even harder.
It is indeed. That crazy dance is going to be continuing to leverage it here. I will jump on board with K-Bunny in a bit, but I need to watch Silent. Silent is the player that needs to get the W. in a hope of trying to deny this first place finish to Pure Zoom. That's the place we're at. But again, we're 1 or 2 rounds away from a total defeat here. If PZ somehow loses 2 rounds in a row, that could be not GG, but not great either. As we're seeing this, Silent just needs to hold on a little bit longer. Going up against Monty, another one of these players tied for second place going into the game. Can they get the victory here? But no, the carry gets doomed. And that's just going to be it. No way Silent survives this. With him going down, that is going to secure the win there. And that is going to be... What?
Oh
by
my
a second!
God.
By a second! Pierzone gets 4th place! That means he's going to be our Season 6 champion by a literal second. He guarantees the final spot. It does not get closer than this. Oh my goodness. The ESL Mobile Open Season 6 finals. Boy, do they deliver.
Oh my God, so you're telling me if that water spirit didn't get doomed instantly there was potential that PZ could have actually gone out in 5th? And let's say K-Bunny actually secures a first? It could have meant K-Bunny potentially could have won this thing, right?
100%. It would have come down to tie breaks at that point. And again, there's a good chance that PZ still had the win in terms of tie breaks, but that was a razor thin margin. I can't there's that gif from Airplane, and it's the pilot in the cockpit, but he's not really a pilot and he's sweating profusely. Yeah, that's partially me, but probably also PZ right now, as he just took the biggest sigh of relief taking a look at it. I kid you not, a single second was the difference maker here. It does not get closer to this. And now with Silent going out, it looks like Monty is very likely going to be securing second place. Third place. K-Bunny is going to be likely in second. And hey, Leroy is just up here having an absolute blast. Still level 10, but going up against the monster. That is Monty. And hey, taking down Monty here would be huge because this determines Monty's prize money as well.
Yeah, but it looks like Monty's Warriors are going to be holding on here. So it's just going to be a battle for second place. K-Bunny versus Monty. And like you mentioned before, the prize money, pretty differs from second and third. So these guys are going to be battling out.
It's $1,000 difference in terms of prize money. I mean, $1,062 if you want to be really specific. It is it's a grand. I mean, look, hey, I said it before. And I was talking about Asphalt. That's a very nice steak dinner, or whatever. If you're vegan or vegetarian, it could be a very nice portobello mushroom dinner. Let's be honest, portobello mushrooms are delicious. In any case, Monty at level 10, K-Bunny at level 9. But look at the difference in the bank accounts, Zath. This is wild. It's all going to come down to these last few rounds and how much damage this Fallen Witcher can do. And I think it's going to do more than enough here as I'm starting to see the HP bars fall apart. I'm not sure this Berserker and Sacred Lancer are going to be able to do enough. I think the carry is going to be there. And I think that's going to be it. Yes, it is. K-Bunny able to secure the second place finish. Monty in third. And wow, my goodness, GG. But after all that, Purezoon will be your Season 6 champion. A solid series of plays from start to finish. Hyper consistent play. Did it, and in the end, by a split second to guarantee we don't go to tiebreak, was able to barely eke out the win here. And that's why you tune in, folks. It's for moments like that.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch, even down to the very end there. So amazing play coming out from all these players. And man, that was such a pleasure to witness.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't really think of auto chess as being a game that comes down to like split second, like micro interactions or whatever. But like, that's the one time it really matters. Oh my, what? I'm still processing that. That was just absolutely insane. Absolutely fantastic. And of course, Zath, none of this would be possible without the support of the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T. I have to give them a shout out here after such a stellar finals, a stellar day of games between Asphalt 9 Legends and Auto Chess. So many fantastic performances, and none of it would be possible without the support of AT&T. So thank you so much to them. But now that I've said all this, now that I've shouted to the heavens and annoyed all my neighbors, I would love to see our updated leaderboard when we do have it. That would just be absolutely fantastic. I know our admins are hard at work making sure that it's absolutely perfect at the end here. But wow, Zach, give me your thoughts on the day though. What a crazy series of games.
Yeah, that was insane. And I think really what really determined the victory for PZ was those 2 games where he just risked it all and committed to those night builds. We saw no one this entire tournament run any kind of nights. No 4 nights, no 6 nights. The only player this whole tournament was PureZoon, who ran nights, back-to-back games in game 2 and game 3, secured top 3 in both those games, really set him up with the momentum going into 4 and 5. And I think those 2 games were the key to his victory today.
For sure. Just playing the build that wasn't going to be contested, getting the 3-star units. So it made the difference in the end. Let's take a look at our final leaderboard as we see what it all looks like at the end. Here it is, PureZoon with a staggering 34 points. I say this though, only 1 point difference between first and second. It came down to the wire. K-Bunny in second, Monty in third, and Silent in fourth. Nova put up a heck of a fight there at the end, but PureZoon with the consistent performance and that clutch last minute doom. Oh my goodness. Was able to guarantee the championship here in Season 6. I want to remind folks at home, PZ didn't make it to the finals last season, but we were so impressed with his gameplay. We said, hey, come on to the desk, be an analyst for us, help break down these plays. He did make it this time around, and he said, you know what, like being an analyst is cool, but I think I'd rather just win first place.
Yeah, he's competing this time, and for very good reason.
Yeah, he is indeed. And look, all I know is every single one of the players that made it here absolutely deserved it. This could have gone any which way. The fact that first and second was only separated by a single point just shows how good the NA scene is. We saw some fantastic matches over in Europe, but we also saw some great matches here. And I want to look back at this final games out. I want to recap it a little bit while it's still fresh in our minds and really highlight some of the great moments from it.
All right, taking a look back at this game, we see Leroy. He was down at the bottom of our leaderboard going into this game, but he didn't want to go out without a fight in this last game. Started off super strong with some beast builds, eventually does go into an insectoid transition, and finishing off with a strong top 3 performance by the end of this game. So big props to Leroy, definitely showing why he is one of NA's finest, making it all the way to our finals here in Season 6. And here we have PureZoon. It was the man of the hour. He was just trying to secure himself top 4 this game, and he did it with his feathered hunters. He had the early Warp Sage 3-star, and that one just really helped him mitigate any damage that he would have taken. And now we have Devless. Did not have the strongest game this game. K-Bunny, just with those 6 Beast Fallen Witcher, was just a little too strong. That Abyssal Crawler and 6 Assassins just could not hang in there. And here we have Legato, another one who did not have the best game this time, and again getting knocked out by K-Bunny and his 6 Beast Witcher build. But K-Bunny, man, he came to play today, missing out on first place by just 1 point. It was just so close. And here we have Nova, pretty strong 2-star DKs, but Monty's Warrior with that early Doom 2-star made all the difference. And Silent here going up against Monty, it was so close. Silent with his Divinity Water Spirit, that Water Spirit gets doomed, and Monty just knocking him out seconds after PureZoon. So securing PureZoon the 4th there. And here we go, top 3, K-Bunny versus Monty. It was so close, but that 3-star Fallen Witcher was just a little too much for these Warriors to handle, and the Fallen Witcher would inevitably knock Monty out here in our top 2 finish. But here we are still in top 3. It was Monty versus Leroy. Leroy with the Insectoid build looked like he would pull it off, but Monty and his Warriors would secure him the top 2 finish and securing Monty 3rd in this tournament. And here we go, final 2. They were fighting it out for the 2nd place for an additional $1,000. And it was K-Bunny's 3-star Fallen Witcher and a Refresher Bear in there, just closing it out, knocking those Warriors out. GG to K-Bunny.
Seriously good performances here from so many players. And K-Bunny, had friends who were playing in it last season, like, dude, you're so good. You have to come and play in Season 6. He said, all right, we'll do that. And then ended up putting on such a stellar performance. Got a chance to talk to him quite a bit over the course of the last few weeks. Seems like a super stellar dude. So very happy to see them do well in second place there. But of course, PureZoon, the man of the hour, showed up big time. Consistent game. Almost had to go to tie breaks. Gave me a bit of a heart attack, if I'm being honest. But at the same time, did just enough to secure that first place finish. And all from going and taking a break. But also at the same time, maybe that's not the worst thing ever. Reset the mental a little bit, come back in with a fresh perspective, looking to learn and looking to improve. And it clearly did wonders for PureZoon here, as his ability to play the build that was not being played consistently, whether it be Glacial Knights, whether it be Feathered Hunters, every single time he just sort of snuck right through under the radar. But not even in that last game. I'm very surprised that when another player saw what build he was going, that somebody didn't try and contest him. Because there's that sort of gamesmanship that I probably would have thought to do. Because that's really what you got to look at here. You got to try and deny the free picks.
Yeah, and that's something we can definitely look to ask him to see, just pick his brain a little bit, what his process was when it came to picking these builds. So it'd be pretty awesome once we find out what he was thinking.
For sure. We are working to get him on the line. We would love to get a winner's interview with him here. We're just making sure all of our wires are connected in the right direction here, because this was still an amazing series of games. And to all the fans who've tuned in through all this, who watched the matches, who stuck around from Asphalt to now, thank you all so much for supporting mobile esports here. Season 6 has been an absolute blast. And on that note of Season 6, I have to introduce our champion of Season 6, PureZoon. Welcome, sir. Big smile.
Guys.
There it is. You're a Season 6 champion. Congratulations.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. I worked my ass off this last 2 weeks.
I mean, it really shows. And especially because it came down to a second. It came down, the difference between 5th and 4th. Yeah, you would have gone to ties and tiebreak there, but was your heart pounding in those final few moments? What was going through your head?
To be honest, I wasn't even looking at the points. I knew I won a couple games. I didn't lose a lot of games, so I knew that I had to secure that last game. I pretty much just played as aggressive as I could, and I tried to pick a build that I was very comfortable with, something that I knew very well that won't get last place. And surprisingly, 4th was it. I didn't even know 4th was good enough until you guys told me. So.
Yeah, congratulations, PureZoon. Very well deserved. But something I want to point to is that game 2 and 3. So is that Fortnite build something that you were working on that you knew was strong in the meta? Or is that just something you were comfortable with from previous meta that you just decided to bring out because no one was playing it?
I actually practiced Glacier Knight a good amount of times. And after the first 2 games, I realized nobody was playing Glacier Knights. And when nobody plays Glacier Knights, and also nobody was playing 9 Warriors, when nobody plays 9 Warriors, that means Glacier Knight with Lance and Light Blade, they can destroy a lot of things and overwhelm a lot of people. So that's why I went with it. Yeah.
I mean, look, it ended up doing really, really well there for you. You ended up playing again these builds like back to back that just nobody really contested you for, and you were able to make it look really good. But overall, the level of competition was so fierce this season. Do you have any sort of final shout outs and words to your competitors and to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, I did an interview before. I gave a lot of shout outs to everyone in the community already. They already know how much I appreciate them for continuing to support me, watch my stream, and watch the content I produce. But this time, I think I gotta give another shout out to my girlfriend. She's right here. She doesn't want to show herself, but behind the scenes, she gave up a lot of time for me to actually play the game. So I gotta give a shout out to her.
Well, look, you contributed to a very nice dinner with that prize money, that's for sure. And again, the help up behind the scenes certainly makes a difference. So thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again. You're a Season 6 champion.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
What a day. I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath, frankly. Look, let's be real here.
Yeah.
That was such he didn't even know how close it was. That's insane.
He was just so focused in.
I would have been doing math. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I probably would have lost. I would have been so focused on the number that I would have distracted me from the gameplay. That moment of zen definitely made a difference there in the end. But Zath, this has been a wild and crazy ride. Any final thoughts before we say goodnight?
Yeah, it was an insane day of games, and yeah, I'm so glad to be a part of it. Love to be here, and hope to see you guys soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Zath. Go, take it easy. It's getting late on the East Coast. He's probably going to be streaming after this, I imagine. So you could probably go check him out on Twitch yourself. In any case, you should follow us as well over on Twitter, !social in the chat, and on Instagram at ESL Mobile for both, the new home of all things mobile here for ESL. Definitely be sure to check that out if you want to stay up to date with all of the fantastic updates that we have coming your way. And with that, we're done for today. PUBG Mobile will be tomorrow. Starts at 3:30 p.m. Pacific. Tune on in if you want to see our final champion crowned here for Season 6. For myself and Varum from the casting crew, thank you all so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.